down. That's so extreme.
Wrong, Francine. They're good people.
Hello, good evening. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. How are you doing?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, Salim. How are you?
Not too bad, Adnan bhai. How are you? Good.
Very good.
Thank you.
So we'll just wait for a few more people to join in and then we'll start.
Yeah, no problem. Adnan bhai, today we're gonna have lab.
Yes.
So how many server we need and a client? Two server and two clients?
We need at least we need two servers, one client,
Okay.
and additional one more server.
Additional, like three server, right?
So three servers. So two servers are two domain controllers, the existing servers, and we need one more new server.
Okay.
So just prepare server 2016, a new server.
Okay. And Active Directory on two, right?
Active Directory on the first two servers in the
Okay.
same domain, but the other server just a normal member server.
No. Okay. Thank you. And I have other question. I have a request, Adnan bhai. I did not receive the last lab video on
Oh,
detail.
really?
Yeah, I tried to find it, but I didn't. I could not
Oh,
find it.
I thought maybe I uploaded it. So let me check. I can.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum assalam, Zishan. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, good, sir. How about you?
Very good, very good. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamualaikum sir, Wasim here.
Wasim, Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Walaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah, sir, tic tac. I'm good.
Excellent, excellent. There is some problem with this last class video. So on the screen, you can see this is previous class, which is, I mean, so the last class is this one. So the previous class before the last class is still in processing. So I'll have to contact the Zoom team and see that why this recording is still processing. Okay, so that's why I was just waiting for this. Normally it doesn't happen, but I'll check with them. Okay. So guys, let's start. So today we are quickly review what we've learned in the last lecture, and today we are going to learn a very very important topic, and that is Active Directory in a large environment. So advanced Active Directory. So in advanced Active Directory, where is advanced Active Directory? Yes. So in advanced Active Directory, AD infrastructure, advanced Active Directory infrastructure is an important topic to understand because in all of the companies, they have a multi-domain environment and large Active Directory. So in this lecture, we are going to learn forestry, domain, and boundaries and all that. Okay, and before that, let's go through a quick overview. So in the meantime, if anyone has any questions at all in regards to the training, in regards to the previous labs and everything, just let me know. So in the last lecture, what we learned is that Active Directory means authentication. Authentication. Now, authentication, does this happen in our real environment anywhere? Yes, it happens all the time. Whenever we go to anywhere, any place, any organization, authentication happens in the real environment as well. So we go to a bank. So as a user, we go to a bank, and when you go to a teller to make a transaction in the bank, they do authentication. They do authentication by asking you to scan your ATM card and then enter the PIN. So this is known as authentication. In the same manner, whenever we log into any application within within emails. So every day when we log into the email, we do authentication. So authentication, without authentication, you cannot control any application. So Active Directory is very important in that sense. So Active Directory, we also learned that Active Directory is made up of a database. Active Directory it's just a database. So database is what that stores information. So it's a database. The name of this database is ntds.dit. ntds.dit. So that's the name of the database, Active Directory database that is stored in the server. So within the server, this database is stored. So within the server, this database is stored, and welcome, Salam, Naveed. Yes, you're in. So Okay, excellent. And so database, it is a database. The name of the database is NTDS. It is stored in server. And in order to install Active Directory, we need server operating system. So server operating system means it can be 2008, it can be 2012, it can be 2016, and it can be 2019. And so your question might be, which one is the most famous one at the moment? Which operating system is the most famous one used in all the organizations? Guys, organizations are sitting between 2012 and 2016. So some of their network in 2012 and some of them are 2016. But in any case, if you know any one of these operating system, if you know 2012, 2016, you can work on all of them. So they are not very different. So you need an operating system, and then we add a role called ADDS role. So we need to remember that there is a role called ADDS role with which we can install Active Directory. As soon as we install this role, it will create a database inside our computer. So what is the name of the database? ntds.dit. So I want you to write in the chat window, everyone, ntds.dit, dit. This is very important. This is an interview question as well. Where is Active Directory stored in the server? It is stored in a database called ntds.dit. So please write that, everyone, without exception, please write that in the chat window that ntds.dit is a database. Excellent. And the role, as soon as you install the role, what happens is it creates a logical structure. So once you install Active Directory, it creates a logical structure. Active Directory is divided into two: a logical structure and a physical structure. So logical structure is logical structure of Active Directory is the very first boundary that it creates is known as a forest. Second, it creates a tree, and third, it creates a domain. Now, when we install Active Directory, guys, this is all happening in the background. So we don't need to see where the forest is, where the tree is. It's a logical boundary. Exactly in the same case, I gave you an example last time. When a president is traveling, there are many layers of security around the president. We see very few people around the president, but there is more security around the president. So forestry and domain are the main security around Active Directory. And inside the domain, we have this database. So database sign is mostly like this. Database, whenever we know of a database, it's a sign like this. And in the database, what is in the database? We have OUs, and inside the OUs there are objects. There are objects, and objects have attributes. Okay, so now this database that we know of as database, this has OUs and it has objects, it has attributes. So in this, we also need to remember that this OU are of two types. One is simple OU and one is container. One is container. Container is a built-in OU. Container is the one that is built in OU, whereas OU is an organizational unit. What is OU stands for? OU stands for organizational unit, and it is used to organize. It is used to organize objects inside Active Directory. So what is objects? Objects are what is objects? Objects are users. When we create a user account, that's an object. When we create a computer account, that's an object. When we create a group inside Active Directory, that is an object as well. And what is an attribute? Attribute is basically the properties of the object. So attributes will be properties of the object. For example, user has first name, user has last name, user has phone number, and so on. So this is all related. If you know the logical structure, first it is forest, then tree, then domain, then under that it has objects. Objects are just organizational unit, which you can remember that as maybe cabinets. So in the kitchen we have cabinets. Why do we have cabinets in the kitchen? So that we can organize stuff in the kitchen. So OUs are nothing but those storage spaces where we store these objects. So we have OUs, then we have objects. Objects are user computers and groups, and users computers and groups are known have properties that are known as properties that are known as attributes. Okay, so last training we learned all that, and other than that we also learned that Active Directory. So Active Directory, which we know as AD, has has five partitions and five FISMO roles. So five partitions and five FISMO roles, and so it has five partitions. And that's an interview question as well. Excellent, Naveed. You read my mind, and I wanted you to write that in the chat window. What are the five partitions and five FISMO roles? So good. So guys, this is basically, this is a very important this is a very important part. I mean, there is no, I mean, so if I can tell you the truth, practically we don't touch the partitions. Practically we don't touch the FISMO roles, because these are in, they automatically maintain itself. And guys, remember that wherever there is no human touch, wherever there is no human touch in software technology, that runs for a longer period of time. And wherever there is human interaction, I mean, because so wherever there is human interaction, there is a chance of human error. So partitions and FISMO roles, they all work automatically. But why do we need to know them? For the exam purposes and for the interview purposes. So there are five partitions. So the five partitions, so partitions is what? Partitions is storage space. The Active Directory information is stored in the partitions. Why is in the partition? Because it's stored in the partition because to store that information in more manageable manner. What is FISMO roles? FISMO roles are operation role. So you can think of these are those servers that are doing some special task. So there are five FISMO roles. And what is the example of a FISMO role? The example of a FISMO role is a CEO, which is Active Directory, and it's five VPs. So there are five VPs that are responsible for different tasks. So this is a good example of understanding FISMO roles. Whereas partitions is a storage space Active Directory database. In the previous in the previous slide, we know that Active Directory is a partition. So Active Directory, Active Directory is a database and it's divided into five partitions. So if I can divide it in this manner, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So these are five partitions here. And five partitions are divided into, number one is schema partition. Number two is configuration partition. Number three is domain partition. And number four is application partition. Number five is global catalog partition. Global catalog, or it is also known as PAS, which is partial attribute set. Okay, so these are five partitions.
And
so what is this?
sir,
It's just an Active Directory database. Please go ahead.
and sir, this one, this application is also called DNS, right?
Yes. So this is known as application partition. This is known as application partition, but you can store anything in this. So, I mean, one of the applications that is stored as an application partition is DNS. Okay. And other application can store something in this, but so far I've not seen any other application other than DNS within Active Directory.
Right.
Okay. So there are 5 partition and 5 FISMO roles. So these are 5 partitions: schema, configuration, domain, application, global catalog. So please remember this, everyone. Please remember this, everyone. Please remember this, everyone. And then there are 5 FISMO roles. So 5 FISMO roles, number 1 is schema master. So, and number 2 is domain naming master. Number 3 is read master. Number 4 is PDC emulator, and number 5 is infrastructure master. So these are 5 roles. Now, one more thing to remember about this is that these 2 roles appear just once in the forest. So these are forest wide roles.
So Ridwan, is that PDC or PDS emulator?
This is PDC emulator.
Okay, thank you.
This is yes, it's PDC emulator. So everyone, so here, hold on. And these 3 are domain-wide roles. Interview question: which FISMO roles are domain-wide and which FISMO roles are forest-wide? So you can say the first 2 roles, which is schema master and domain naming master, are forest-wide roles, and the 3 roles are domain-wide roles. Now, what is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is that if you have one domain, so if you have only one domain, let's say you have only one domain, and one domain, now I'm going to create only one triangle, and it by itself means that it has a forest. So I don't need to make a 3 triangles. It has a forest, it has a tree, it has a domain, it has a tree, it has a domain. And inside, if there is only one domain and it has, let's say, 2 domain controller, according to our Microsoft recommendation, not our Microsoft recommendation, you must have 2 domain controllers. So in this, all the 5 roles are here. So all the 5 roles are here, which means that it has this complete forest and domain has a schema master, it has a domain naming master, it has a read master, it has a PDC emulator, and it has infrastructure. It has infrastructure master. Okay, but if you have 2 domains, so today we are going to talk about 2 domains. So let's say we create a child domain, then schema master and domain naming master will be part of both of the domains, but this other domain will have its own read master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master. So the more domains we create within a forest, they all will have their own read master, their own PDC emulator, their own infrastructure, but schema master and domain master will only be once within a complete forest. So that means is this, that schema master and domain naming master will only be one, but for each domain there will be its own read master and PDC emulator and infrastructure master, which means that it is exactly like any country's elections. So in all of the countries, there is always one president. There is always one president and one prime minister. So one president, one prime minister is this. Then each city has its own governor, and they have their own ministers. So there can be 5 governors in 5 different provinces, or there can be five different type of ministers in different type of cities. So this is, you can think of these 2 roles appear only once in the forest. So that's why it is known as forest wide. So if I have one more domain, let's say I create a one more domain, then the interview question is, if you have 3 domains, how many schema masters will be there? So in 3 domains, how many schema master will be there? Answer will be, there is only one schema master in 3 domains. Why? Because all the 3 domains are part of the same forest. So this is forest. So since they are all child domains, and I'm going to go into more detail how child domain and different forests work together. So if I create another domain inside the same forest, then it will have its own read master, it will have its own PDC emulator, it will have its own infrastructure master. So the interview question goes like this. So if you have one forest and 5 domains. If you have 1 forest and 5 domain, how many infrastructure master? This is the question. So what do you think, how many infrastructure master will be there in 1 forest, 5 domains?
Sir, 5, I guess.
5, excellent, 5, because infrastructure master is appears in every domain. So there will be 5 infrastructure master. So if there is 1 forest, so in the complete forest, there will be only 1 schema master and 1 domain naming master. Whereas if it has more domains, then each domain will have its own grid master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master. So this is what we need to remember. Okay. So please guys, take 2 minutes and go through this information. Take 2 minutes and go through this information right from here. Number 1, Active Directory means authentication. Active Directory means authentication. The name of the database is ntds.dit. It requires an operating system of all these versions. Then we need to install a role called ADDS. Then it creates a logical structure, and the logical structure is all this. Forestry domain, and then OUs, objects and attributes. OUs are of 2 types. Number 1, OUs and container. Containers are built-in OUs. Built-in OUs, we don't touch them most of the time. And OUs are normal OUs when we create them. OUs are used for organizing objects in Active Directory, and objects. And number 8 is objects are known as users, computers, and groups. And number 9 is that objects have attributes which are first name, last name, and phone number. And also number 10 is, this is an example of authentication. Why do we need authentication? Because everywhere you go, you have to be authenticated, otherwise they won't let you use the services. Can they let you use your own account in the bank? No, unless you are authenticated. Can you use your email address without username and password? No, because they need to know that you are the owner of that email address. So that's why you authenticate. And likewise, everywhere you go into your company, your card is scanned. You enter from one country to another, your passport is checked. So that is authentication. So authentication happens everywhere. So please take 2 minutes and revise all this information on your own. If you can read everything, that will be excellent. And please type done once you're done in the chat window. Okay, thank you, Zishan. Okay, excellent. Type done in the chat window, guys, if you've been through this Okay, so the next slide was five partitions, five FSMO roles. Partitions are used to store Active Directory information. FSMO roles are special roles. But here, what we need to understand, everyone, that FSMO roles are of five, but there are two forest-wide and three domain-wide. Everybody understands that? Type yes in the chat window if this point is understood. There are two forest-wide role and three domain wide role. And what is the example that I used for this? There is only one president and there are many members of the assembly, or you can call them ministers, you can call them anything. But there are so domain wide they are these type of there are three roles are domain wide, whereas only two roles are forest wide. In the complete organization there can be only one schema master and one domain naming master. Okay, so let's take another example, everyone. Thank you for replying back. So here, let's take another example. So let's say I have forest number one, which is this is my forest, and I have a domain. So in this, I have a domain called abc.com. abc.com is my domain name. Okay, and in this domain, how many schema master will be there? So there will be question goes to Alamgir. Alamgir, please unmute your mic and let me know. So how many FSMO roles are here in this?
Just one, sir.
Total all the FSMO roles. So-
Total FSMO roles are 5, sir.
Roles are 5. Excellent. So which ones?
Like schema master,
Schema master.
then domain naming master,
Yes.
then read master,
Yes.
then PDC emulator,
Yes.
and then fifth one is infrastructure master.
Infrastructure master. Excelente. Correcto. Very good. Excellent. So there are 5 FSMO roles for each domain, and in this domain, this is. So I'm going to create another domain. Now, the first question is, why do I need to create a new domain? So we create a new domain according to based on necessity, based on the need. So normally in architecting all the infrastructure, all the IT environments, when architecting and designing a new IT environment, we follow the concept of KISS. Keep it simple and stupid. So I mean, if we don't follow this concept, then it will be difficult to manage in the long run. So we start with one domain. So all of the organization, we try to make sure that there is only one domain, one forest, and one tree, and there is no need for anything else. But in large organizations, there are needs where we have to create multiple domains. So why would we create a multiple domain? We create a multiple domain most of the time with for security reasons. Let's say we have this organization, we have ABC organization, and they need and it has a sister organization or sister concern that's another organization with a full-fledged number of employees with a different business for the same organization. We know that there are many organizations, there are group of organizations, and in that organization, so when they create, so there are two options. Number one, they can have all their people in one company. I mean, most of the time we all have, even we who are not businessmen, we all have some companies. We can register any company. You can just apply for a new company, you can open a number based company, you can open a name based company. And large companies, they have many companies for tax purposes, for their different for different reasons, they have different companies. So let's say this abc.com organization, they started a new business and they invested in a new business. So this was, let's say, for this company, this is their telecom business. So this company is a telecom company. Now they are investing in another company in, let's say they're opening an online store. If they're opening an online store, so they are opening another company inside this online store, but they want to keep everything separate from this other company, they can create another domain in the same forest. So And why are they creating another domain? For security reasons, so that so that there should be no sharing between this domain and this domain, but it should remain under their own management. So we create a second domain in the organization so that abc.com will be fully responsible, will have full management access to both domains, but normal employees cannot cross this security line. For that reason, we create a second domain. Let's say as soon as I create a second domain, then the schema master and domain naming master will be the same for both of them, but this domain will have its own read master, its own PDC emulator, and its own infrastructure master. And the name of this organization, since it is a child domain to this, the name of this organization will be, let's say uh, they name it haze.abc.com. They name it haze.abc.com. And since it is a child domain to this domain, the last name remains the same. So, but it is a totally different domain, and the users that we create in this. Now, since it is a full-fledged Active Directory, just like this Active Directory, it has its own database. So this directory, so this has its own domain controller, and this has its own domain controller. So these two domain controllers are different. So this will have its own users, its own computer accounts, and this will have its own user and own computer accounts. So these users can use everything in this domain, and these users can use everything in this domain. So one more time, why do we create second domain? We create second domain for security reasons. But what is our priority in all of these domains? To keep it simple and stupid, so that it is easier to manage and administrate. So here, this concept is applied for easier management.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So if there is one forest and one domain, and as soon as we add the second domain with the same forest, the schema master, then it breaks in two, like schema master and domain name, I guess. And then second one is divided into read and then PDC and infrastructure.
Yes, so which means that schema master has this schema master. So what is schema master? Basically, this information, this is the Active Directory. This is Active Directory information. Remember that there are partitions inside, 5 partitions. But schema master partition now will have information for both of the domains. So schema master information will say that I have domain 1 and I have domain 2. So, and the domain information will have that as well, but this domain will have its own read master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master.
And it happened only when you have 2 domains, right? Or more than 2 domains.
Yes,
right?
yes. If we have more than one domain, so if there is only one domain, then all
then
of
the whole is a schema master. Oh,
Exactly.
sorry, the whole is the FISMO. Yeah.
Yes, so all the FISMO roles remain with the first domain. But as soon as we create a second domain and third domain and fifth domain and sixth domain, then they will have their own read master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master. Okay.
So what is the reason behind that? Whenever we create the add the domain, the second domain always go with read and PDC and infrastructure. Is there a specific reason? Or?
Yes. So there is the reason behind this is that since this is a new domain, number one. So first of all, let's see what does read master do. Read master takes care of the relationship of objects. So what type of relationship? Users and groups relationship, that how many users are in which group. It is exactly the same thing as we all have WhatsApp, and in our WhatsApp we are responsible that how many groups I need to have in my WhatsApp, and I take it. So I am a read master. It means we all are read master of our WhatsApp groups. So read master in a domain is responsible for groups and users and groups relationship. So this is done to keep the design simple. So there can be thousands of users and hundreds of groups in this domain. So read master is already doing its job in this domain. But if you create another domain and it has its own hundreds and thousands of users and groups, then the read master will have to take care of the other domain. For that reason, making it simple, it has its own read domain. So all of the users and group will be managed only in this domain, and all of the users and groups will be managed only in this domain. And likewise, PDC emulator takes care of the security changes. So PDC emulator, main reason for PDC emulator is as soon as you change any password anywhere, this is done by PDC emulator. So password reset is responsible for PDC emulator. So this is why it is kept separate in another domain, because this has its own users asking for resetting password and changing permissions and all. So keeping things it's simple. PDC emulator and Red Master infrastructure master are kept separate for each domain, so that they need to take care of their own domain, and these need to take care of their own domain.
So, sir, another
Right.
question.
Yes, please go ahead.
In one under one forest, right now you are giving example that under one forest there are two domains, but their first name is same, right? Let's see, under one forest, can we have two entirely different name of domains under the same what you call a FISMO role?
Very good, excellent question. So here I mean, one requirement that we are tied to, as soon as you start creating more child domain, they have to have their surname or the last name exactly the same as the first domain. But then the question is that, is there anything within the organization where we want to start a completely new name? Yes, there is a way that we can start, we can have a domain and we can have a entirely new name. In that case, we need to create a new tree. In that case, we need to create a new tree. So I'm going to come back to your question again. So somebody was also asking a question. So guys, this is another important concept, that let's say if I create another domain inside this, and so I create another domain inside this, and let's say this company has started another company, a third company. So that third company, and they also want to keep it separate because of security reasons. So for that, as soon as they start another company under his, that company will be the name of that company will be a.haze.abc.com. So this will go like this, because this is a child domain to Haze, and so the domain name will be this big. But let's say if they started a new company and they want to completely start with a new name, so then they can create a new tree within the same forest and with a new name. So it will be the same forest, but it will be a new name. Let's why xyz.com. So the name is changed. Since the name is changed, so this is why we have tree concept. So this will be a new tree. So to answer your question, Wasim, and this is for everyone, that if in the same forest we need to create a new domain with a new name, then we need to create a new tree. So this will be this tree. This is forest and tree, and this is a new tree, and this will have its own new name. And but forest wide role remains the same. So in that, you created a new tree, it will have its own read master, own PDC emulator, and own infrastructure master, but schema master and domain naming master will remain the same, because it is the same forest but a different domain.
Thank you, sir. It's
Okay.
clear.
And excellent, very good question. Someone was asking another question. Okay. So everyone, so here from this slide, we learned two things. Number one, we need to keep our design very simple. So all of the organizations start with only one domain. So there is no reason, I mean, we shouldn't go into many domains, because as soon as you start creating more and more domains, it will be starting more and more more and more tedious and more difficult to manage. Now, in this case, so how do we remember that in for the real environment? How do we remember this structure? I mean, in technical terms, this might get a bit overwhelming, that you have first of all one domain, then you create a second domain and the third domain, and then you create another domain with a new tree, tree with a new name. How do we understand that? So guys, in this, what I would say, in order to understand this, I mean, this is not very difficult. This is exactly like our family tree. So when we start a family tree, so one family is, if you can say that one family is one domain, and then when there are children, they start their own family. That's a second domain, and when their children starts a new family, that's the third domain. But in all of them, what is common? The common is their last name. So here, if this is John's family, then this will be, let's say, Adam. So his son, and his name is Adam John, and then it goes down. And so in our real environment, most of the families, we don't carry our grandfather's name more often, but there are many cultures that follow grandfather's name as their part of the culture. Like most of the Arab cultures, they follow their, at least they go 3 generations back. So they would say Ali, Adam, and John. So they go 3 generations back. So this is exactly like these three domains. So if they're part of the same tree, so we call them tree in our family ancestry or family tree. So if they're following the same tree, then they're following exactly the same name. So in this domain, it will be abc.com, hayes.abc.com, and a.hayes.abc.com. Whereas if you need to change the name of this of within the environment, then it will be xyz.com, and you need to create a new tree. So this is an option that you can still create a new tree. But what is the reason? Why do we need to have them all in one forest? So this is one big forest with 4 domains: domain number 1, domain number 2, domain number 3, domain number 4. The reason for this is because your company is going good, your company is getting revenue, they have 4 different businesses running, and they are making a lot of money. For that, they hired many system admin, and they are managing it. Okay. So but in reality, we follow the concept of keeping everything simple, so that it can be managed properly. Now the example for this is, let's say if you have 4 domains, then how is it complex to manage? Guys, it will be complex to manage. Why? Because each of the domains will have at least 2 domain controllers. So now how many domain controllers you have to manage? 6 domain controllers you have to manage. But what if this domain has branches in 4 different cities? Remember that from the last lecture we learned that if you have different branch offices, so you have branch office in New York, you have branch office in Toronto, you have branch office in Sydney, then each city will have its own domain controller. So in that case, only for this domain, you will have to manage how many domain controller? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 domain controllers just for this domain, then 2 domain controllers of this domain, then 2 domain controllers of this domain, and 2 domain controllers of this domain. Now, what do I say? Why am I saying that managing a domain controller is complex? Guys, managing a domain controller is complex. Why? Because when you have a server, you need to maintain it. So first of all, you need to make sure the server is up to date all the time. And we know that every third Tuesday of the month, Microsoft releases updates. So you need to install security patches. We have seen that in WSUS role in the previous training, that there are always security patches need to be updated. Number one. Number two, you also need to protect it from outside threats. So you also have to have firewalls on this. Number three, you also need to take backup of this always. So for each server, you need to take a backup of all the servers. Then for each server, you need to monitor it. Why do you need to monitor each server? Because you need to make sure that the disk always have empty space. So you need to monitor the disk if it is not full. You need to monitor the CPU if it is not reaching in 90%. So if the CPU is reaching 90% on this server, what do you think what happens? The CPU, the computer will hang, the server will hang. If the server is hanging, then it's not working. So and then you need to monitor the memory as well. You need to monitor the memory if the memory is not in a huge use. And now we can see in our computers that as soon as you start 4 or 5 VMs in the laptop, your laptop becomes slower. But why? Because there is most of your memory is used, most of your CPU is used. So guys, this is the reason why we need, why each server is complex. For each server, you'll have to do updates, you'll have to do firewalls, you'll have to basically take the backups of the server. You'll have to take the backup of the server. You'll have to monitor the server. So for that reason, we always try to keep simple. We always try to keep our design simple. Now, since how many domains do we see here on the slide? Everyone type that in the chat window. How many domains do you see here? And Faz, how many domains do you see here? Please unmute your mic and let me know. How many domains do you see on the screen?
4.
4 domains. Excellent. And question goes to Human. How many schema masters are in 4 domains?
For a schema master is in 4 domain is just 1.
Excellent, Human. Very good. Very good. So Salim, question goes for you. How many PDC emulator in the 4 domains? Salim, are you here? Your line is mute. Okay, Salim is not here. And Naveed, how many PDC emulators are here?
4 PDC emulators are there.
Excellent. 4 PDC emulators are here. And
Yeah.
Naveed, another other question for you is that if I need to have a new domain name in one forest, what option do I have?
The new domain name in one forest.
Yes, because in one forest that you have to follow one domain name. So if it is abc.com, then you need to have abc.com at the end of all of the domains. But what is the option if I need to create a new domain name? So not abc.com, something else, but it has to be in the same forest.
Oh, separate tree.
Yes, we need to create
Okay,
a separate tree. Okay.
Right,
So
right.
we also need to remember that for interview purposes, what is the purpose of a tree? So now we have 2 reasons to remember about the tree. Number 1, tree is a security logical boundary around the domain. And second reason for tree is that whenever you need a new domain name in the same forest, then we create a new tree. So that's the reason why we have a tree. So let's say if the same company, this company it belongs to a rich person, and this person starts a brand new company, another company, and this person came up with a new plan. I'm going to name my company, I am going to name my company, what is the name of the company? Snagit. So snagit.local. So he's saying, he called you as an senior IT admin and asked you, I want to create a new company, but I want to keep everything separate. Everything separate. So you would say, if you want to have a new company name and you need to have a separate staff for this, then we'll have to create a new tree. Why are you creating a new tree? Because he is asking you to create a new name for that company, and for that reason we need to create a new tree. So whenever you create a new tree, so that will be in the design document. It will be something like this. The tree is connected like this, right from the top of the triangle to another top of the triangle. And when you create a child domain, child domains are always designed like this. So child domains will always be at the end of this triangle, to from here to here and here to here. This represents, so if in the drawing you see this as you see the drawing as like this, it means that these are all child domains. But in the drawing, if you see something like this, that means it's a new tree.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, so in this scenario, do we have to join all these domains together?
Yes, it's a very good question. Do we have to join all these domains together, or by default they are joined together? So my
Sir,
answer,
also, sorry, sir, I want to add. And
yes.
what's gonna happen when you add two trees? With definitely we are adding trees means we are adding two entirely different names of domains. So what about the DNS then?
Yes, a very good question. So first of all, if we need to join them together, guys, always remember that whenever we create a new domain or a new tree within the same forest, they're all automatically joined together. So they all are automatically joined together. Their security boundaries are different. You can open the gate, you can close the gate, but by default, they all can. They since they're all part of the same forest, they all can join together. This is exactly like that John being a great great grandfather, and he has 10 family, 10 sons, and those 10 sons have four sons each. So they are all automatically joined together. So this is so one to answer the first question. They're all automatically joined together. Okay, you don't have to do anything special. Once you create them, they have special boundaries, but they are connected together. This is exactly like in Canada, all the cities are automatically joined together. You don't have to show a passport. You can travel between all the cities as normal, but as soon as you cross from Canada to US, you'll have to show a passport. So that's a different forest. This is a different forest. Okay, so first question is this. And secondly, all of them, as soon as you create a new domain, they all have their own DNS. So this server, this domain will have its own DNS, this will have its own DNS, and this will have its own DNS. And what is a DNS, everyone? Remember, the DNS is nothing but a list of names and IP addresses. And DNS have zones inside. So this have its own DNS, this have its own DNS, this will have its own DNS, this will have its own DNS, this will have its own DCs and DNS separate. Good question. Okay, so always remember, so one more time guys, on the screen, this is not a difficult topic, but for interviews, this is very very important. Here we are talking about advanced active directory concept. So advanced active directory concepts is multi-domain environment. First of all of the admins, all of the IT departments, including the CTOs and CIOs and chief CIOs, meaning chief information officer, CTO means chief technology officers. So all these IT management, they would want to keep everything simple. Why would they want to keep everything simple? Because they have fewer things to manage. Why is it? I mean, when the company wants to have 5 domains, why are you as a CTO is discouraging them to not to create more forests? Because guys, for CTO, it's a responsibility. Let's say if this domain goes down because the disk was full, and this domain went down because the CPU was heat up. So this is basically the question goes on to CTO, that why your domains are not working. I mean, to start with, company started with a very complex infrastructure. Why do you have a complex infrastructure? You have a complex infrastructure because you have 5 different companies to manage, and then you're making revenue. For that, you must have patience. This is CTO's comments to back to the top management, that it's a very complex infrastructure. Now, just for an example, I'll give you an example of one of a large telecom companies. So when I joined that telecom company around 10 years back, and I won't quote the name, you know the name. It's a famous telecom company within Ontario, and that has 8 domains to start with. 8 domains, meaning their infrastructure, their domain infrastructure was something like that. So one domain, then the second domain, then the third domain, then the fourth domain, then they have fifth domain, then they have sixth domain, and then they had a tree as well, separate tree, and then its own domain. So this was their infrastructure. So this was one forest and 8 different domains. And why did they had 8 different domain? Because they with time, I mean, that company is 20 years old, and then that company wanted to have security. Because of security reasons, they create a second domain and third domain and fourth domain, but then it was very difficult to manage. Then back in 2017, back in 2000 back in around. So this company was, I mean, started, maybe that company started in 1990s, or maybe even before that. So then in 2008 they started a project called consolidating domain. So consolidating domains, meaning now they were completely fed up of all these domains and managing all these domains and all that. Then from 2008 to around 2010 or 2012, they completed consolidation of this domain, and they converted all this to three domains. They came down to two domains, and the third domain as a tree domain. So the third domain, this was tree was necessary because they bought another company, and then their other company was this. So this eight domain model was converted to one forest and three domains. So this is easier to manage. So now they're still sitting on three domain. And so I mean, this is how it looks like in the real environment. You have different domain, but as a system administrator, how complex this will be for you, how complex this will be for you to manage, guys. Not, I mean, it's not very complex. It's, if you're able to manage one domain with two domain controllers or five domain controllers, you'll be able to manage all of these domains. I mean, this is exactly like that. If you have one car at home, can you manage five cars at home? Yeah, you can manage five cars at home, because all the five cars have exactly the same thing. They have steering, they have acceleration, they have brakes, they have handbrake, they have signals and all. So if you are master of one car, you can drive all the other cars as well. So this is exactly the same thing. It is nothing different. Now, would you be, as a system admin, should you be afraid of have working in that environment that has eight domains? Not at all. Not at all. Why? All you need is an admin access to this. So if, let's say, as a company, they will employ you as a system admin. If they want you to manage all of the domains, then they will have to basically provide you access to all of the domain. Let's say, as a system admin, they are saying that, we employed you to manage this domain and that domain. So then they will only give you access to these two domain. So if you don't have access to other domain, then it is not your responsibility. So the one thing that I learned, if I don't have access, I'm not responsible. So that's a good thing. If you don't have access, you're not responsible. But if you have access, then you are responsible. But if it is difficult to manage all this, then what is your role as a system admin in all these domain? Guys, your role is exactly this. So if I go back to this slide, this is your role. You need to make sure that this server is up to date. The server has a firewall. The server has uh, the server has a firewall. It should be on. It is protected. The server is being backed up. Server is being monitored. So this is your responsibility in all of the domains. So and so your next question will be, the what is the boundary of responsibility? Do you ever have to create a new domain? No, you don't. So you don't have to create a new domain, guys. Creating a domain is not a everyday work. It's exactly like if so a marriage ceremony. How many times it happens in one family? Marriage ceremony. So marriage ceremony only happen once or twice in a complete family throughout the year, or maybe in many years. There is so you won't have a marriage ceremony in your family every other month. I mean, unless your family is huge. But most of the time, in one family, one father and mother and their children, their marriage ceremony, in that family, marriage happens maybe in 10 once in 10 years or once in 15 years. This is exactly the same thing. Domains are not made every other time, I mean, every other month, number one. And number two, when domains are made, there is a special project when they need to create a, let's say they need to create a new domain project. New domain project, in my view, it will take anywhere from 3 months to 8 or 9 months in order to make a new domain. Why? Is it difficult to create a new domain? No, it's not. You just need to add a new role and then create a new forest. It takes 5 minutes, or maybe, okay, it takes 10 minutes to create a new domain. But guys, why am I saying 3 to 8 months to create a new domain? Why? Because it requires planning. It requires planning. It requires design. That how does it fit in the environment? Okay, so if not 8 months, I mean at least 2 to 3 months if you go very fast. So you need to understand that where this domain will fit, how many users will be there, how many OUs will be there, and all that. So first question, you don't do the domain creation every day, number one. Number two is that this domain creation will only be done by third level expert, the third level Active Directory expert. They will create a new domain. Now, I can tell you my experience within last 20 years as Active Directory SME is subject matter expert. So since I've worked from start of Active Directory, which was 2000, and to the latest, I have never ever seen a new domain creation in large organizations. Why? Because these domains are created wherever you go, their structure is already created. All you need to do is start managing them. So our work will always be make sure servers are up to date, make sure servers are available 24/7, make sure servers are backed up properly. If the server goes down, you'll have to restore it from the backup and all. But for interview purposes, for exam purposes, you must have this information that in multi-domain environment, you can have one forest and multiple domains. But if you have one forest and multiple domains, then you have only one schema master, one domain naming master. In all these 8 domains, you have only one schema master and one domain naming master, but you will have RID master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master for all of them. So this one will have its own RPI. This one is its own RPI. This one have its own RPI. This one has its own RPI. So they will all have their own RID master, PDC emulator, infrastructure master, and all of them.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So it's mean I'm talking about the forest. So forest always be a one, and it always be in head office, I guess, right?
Exactly, yes.
Right.
Mhm.
But let's say if I have a head office in Toronto and more or less same size of organizational structure or the same size of network I have in Pakistan, right, with the same company. So in that case, forest always be the same, or there could be another forest.
Yes, a very good question. So in this case, this complete infrastructure is in one country. What if you have an infrastructure in other countries as well? And the example is Microsoft. Microsoft has the biggest forest throughout the world. So this is Microsoft, since they are the owners of Active Directory. So they have made their forest in a sense. And other than Microsoft, there might be other companies as well, but the one that I know of, Microsoft has the biggest forest. So if I'm a Microsoft employee working in Canada, I have exactly the same username and password if I'm working in Microsoft Pakistan, if I'm working in Microsoft Dubai, if I'm working in Microsoft Australia, I'll have exactly one username and I can access Microsoft resources throughout the world. So yes, going back to that question, if you have a forest in another tree, then yes, it is possible that you can connect that domain directly under that forest within Pakistan. So you have main network in US, and then you have another domain for the same forest within Pakistan or India or any other country. For that, I mean, this is totally practical. This is totally possible, but this will be very expensive. This will be expensive. Why? Because you need to make sure that these domains are connected in the backend, on the network level. On the network level, they are connected. So since Microsoft is the richest company in the world and they can afford it, so they have their connected network throughout the world. So, but for a small company or even a medium-sized company, this will be difficult to maintain. So most of the time, these medium-sized companies, companies that are not as big as the companies that are not big as Microsoft, even Rogers. Even Roger is a huge company, telecom company in Canada. Even Rogers cannot. I mean, this won't be a good design for Rogers, though they can spend a lot of money on the infrastructure. But it won't be a good design that if Rogers have one office in, so they have their network in Canada, and then they extend that network in New York. So it will be expensive for them. So just for the reason of expensive and complex management, we would create our own domain in Pakistan and its own domain in US. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So you're most
Number, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
You know, for example, we are in the company, the employee working in India, and he use for if he based of the explanation when he working in the India, he has access to the different server we use in Canada. Am I right?
Yes, they have access, but then they connect through VPN. They connect through. They log into that network. Yes.
And when he moved to Canada he's coming to Canada as a new employee, he get immigration or something like that. And when he's coming to Canada, we have to add him to the new server in Canada. Am I right?
Yes, that's
And
exactly.
what happened for those data he already has in India? We can transfer those data he has in India to Canada, or based of the explanation right now about the Microsoft, the company is not rich, we're gonna lose it.
No. So in that case, I mean, your question is about that if an employee coming from a different country. So if a user is right here, sitting here in Pakistan, and now moving to US, and that company is connected in the same network, in that case, it's all connected. So system admin would copy everything while the user is traveling from that country to another country. All his data will already be available in the new country. So if it is connected. If it is not connected, then the user will be responsible to copy everything in USB and bring it to US. And here the user will have a new account, new password, new everything, and then copy the data.
But Adnan, because of the security, user don't access to copy everything on USB. Just I wondering to know if somebody physically moved to the new location, and because when he's coming to the Canada, when he log in, as you explained, he logging to the server in India because of the username and password he has. And
Right.
usually I have to let them, the server team, Active Directory team, to move him in Canada. But when they move him to the server in Canada, he gonna lose everything. Just I wondering to know what happened in back end, during that kind of process.
Okay. So, Human, there are two scenarios to this. One scenario is that first of all, so I'll ask you that question: is that company connected between US and Canada?
I'm not sure at number. It's my previous company, and we had the same. We have this issue when somebody moved from different country to Canada.
Okay, and what was the steps you were taking to?
I just contact with the as you mentioned, Active Directory or SME team, and
Right.
SME team create for him new access to new server in Canada, and he
Okay.
lose all data when he has in India or all
Oh,
over the world.
okay. Okay. So once they create a new user, the user would come here and log into the US, and then user will bring his own data with him in
No,
USB.
No. He couldn't because they don't create the user. His username and password working, but when he's logging as an Indian employee to the server in Canada. But
Okay. Right. Right.
actually he was Canadian employee right now, but he access to that one, and I have to send email to SME team. Please, create access for this user in Canada. And when they create the new access in Canada server, he lost everything from the India.
Okay, so that's fine. So once they create a new access, then he lost access. Then how was he able to get the access to the old, or he was not able to get any access to the old documents?
Exactly, exactly.
He was not able to get any access.
No, 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 he
Okay,
couldn't.
so in that scenario, it is clear that there is no connection between your U.S. company and your Canadian company, or the company that is in Pakistan or company in US. And this is exactly what I was saying just a few minutes back when Wasim asked a question that if you have a branch office in another country in Pakistan and one branch and main or head office in US, can you connect them together? So I replied back, yes, we can connect them together, but this can be very expensive. So for that reason, many companies would not connect their networks together. Why? Because it is, number one, it is expensive. Number two, for security reasons as well. For security reasons, company don't connect to other companies network, because the security is not as tight what is in US. It's not as tight in Pakistan or in India, in Bangladesh, because there are hacking in between. So for the even for security reasons, company won't connect their other offices that are in other company. Yes, company will connect all the cities together within one country, because they're all following the security laws within that company, but the same security laws are not being followed here. So to answer your question, Human, uh, in that case, your company had two offices, so one in Canada and one in US, and they are not connected. And that is why whenever the user travel from Canada to US, and his new user has to be created. Now if they would have been created, if the connection would have been there, then you shouldn't have to create a new user. The same user from India with their India domain name should be able to log into this domain. So since there was no connection, that is why user has to be created, and the user won't be able to access anything in that other part. So this is because it's two different domains altogether.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, in like we understood that under one forest there can be different domain controllers. But I
Right.
have a question. In what scenario, like, is there any scenario that under one forest, like you need a second forest?
Yes, a very good question. That's actually my next topic. That in which situation would you need a new forest and a new, I mean, new forest? So here we are talking about just one organization, one forest, multiple child domains. So these are child domains and a new tree. So this is all in one forest. But before answering your question, I wanted to make sure that we all understand that why we are having all this connected in one forest, because this company wants to have full control of their complete forest. I mean, if you're an owner of a group of companies, 8 group of companies, then you would want as a CEO to have a full control of your own forest. This is why they're all connected together. But in which case would you have a second forest? Guys, first of all, second forest will be there because first of all, that belongs to another company. So if your company buys another company and then they want to manage it to start with that, so then you will have two forests in that case, and then you need to create a trust relationship between the two forests. So to answer your question here, that two forests will be required when there is a second company that your company is managing.
So, sorry for cutting in look again. So basically, like just like in Canada, it's Rogers and then Fido. Now Fido is a part of Rogers. So that means they have like two forests.
Exactly. Yes, a very good example. Rogers and Fido. Rogers bought Fido back in 2008 and 2009 or 10, something like that. So at that point, I was working there as well, and at that point they started. So this is, I mean, this is a normal procedure whenever a company buys a new company. They will keep that company separate for some period of time so that they won't lose any administration. So taking this as an example, so now we are talking about multi forest. In which cases, what is a multi-forest environment? Multi-forest environment is when you have your own forest and domain. Let's say your company has two domains already, and then there is another company working with its own forest and domain. So in that case, let's take an example of rogers.com, and here this is fido.com. So two companies working on their own. So this has its own users. So this company has its own users, its own computers, whereas this has its own users, own computers, and this has its own DCs here, and this has its own DCs here, and this will have its own DC here. Now, as two companies, they're all working on their own. Why do Fido need Active Directory? Same reason why Rogers needs Active Directory. But since when this company bought this company, now they had two choices. One choice is to completely remove this domain and move all of the users within Rogers, which is not a one night game. That I bought this company now, and now I'm gonna move 4,000 employees of Fido under Rogers.com. This is not even practical. This cannot happen. Why? Because these employees in Fido.com, it's a full-fledged business. They have their own marketing going on. They have their own call centers inside that organization. They have their own finance department. They have their own HR department. It's a full-fledged company. So you cannot move everything. Eventually, Rogers would like to take full control of this domain, since they paid millions to this company to buy this company. But in order to manage it, they decided, and all of the companies would decide. There are many ventures like this happening throughout the world. One company buy bigger companies, they buy smaller companies, and smaller companies sell themselves to make more money at once, and they start new companies. So yes, a bigger company, when they buy a new company which is a full-fledged as Fido, the only thing that they can do to start managing is build a trust relationship. So we build a two-way trust relationship with this forest, so that the admins, you as a system admin, will have full control of this forest. But so going back to your question, what is the example in which your company will have two forests and not one forest? The scenario will be this: if your company is buying another company, then in order to manage the complete company, first of all, you build a trust relationship within Active Directory. Once you build a trust relationship, you will have full access to this.
So, sir, basically both uh, admins, they will have access to each other.
Both admin will have access to each other. So yeah, first of all, Rogers will decide that if they want to keep the Fido IT team. So at that point when that was happening, Rogers offered contracts to all of the since Fido was a huge company. It is a huge company, and they have their full-fledged IT department. They have managers, directors, and everything. So Rogers offered all of them similar contracts. So they all joined Rogers. So this was a team of IT team of Fido, and this was IT team of Rogers. So, but as being a third level admin or an enterprise admin, you will have access to both of them. And this admin won't have access to yours, but you will have access to both of them, so that in years you will try to make it one domain. And so far it's been like 10 years. There are still two separate domains in both companies.
Sir,
Sir, we have
Uh,
same scenario in
separate
our
domains
company.
or separate forests.
Sorry, these are two separate forests. Yes, two separate forests.
Oh.
Sir, in my company we have two separate domains because Loblaws got the Shoppers Drug.
Mm-hmm.
Shoppers Drug is totally Linux based, and they have different domain, and Loblaws have different domain because when Loblaws is based on Windows based.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Shopper Drugs has a Linux-based domain.
yeah, Linux based. Yeah,
Okay. And how do you know it's a Linux-based domain?
because I do installation on Windows. So I go to the Linux, and then I do all the commands to get the image from server.
Okay, okay, very good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay,
So
well, yes, go ahead.
apart from trust between two trust relationship between two forests, there must be a 24-hour connectivity as well, sir. How do
Yes.
they maintain it if it is so expensive, sir?
Exactly. So yes, so everyone, Faz's point is that in order to have that trust relationship between two forests, you must have a hardware network connectivity in between, which is 24/7. Yes, it is expensive, but remember that in this case, both are telecom companies. They both are ISPs as well. So for them, it was not a huge big investment because they are both internet service provider. They are the one who are providing these links. And even though if it is a big company, the company who is buying who is going into $1 million ventures, I mean, I'm sure that they Rogers would have bought Fido for millions and millions of dollars. So when they're going into that, this cost is just a fraction of that cost, so they should be able to maintain this. Okay.
Sir,
Thank you, sir.
okay. Sir, once this trust relationship is developed, so means like Rogers can access FIDO servers and FIDO can connect with Rogers. How about the server application? So server application, will there be any server application between these two servers or just the connectivity itself?
Yes, a very good question. That once you have a trust relationship between this, what about servers replication? So, guys, always remember whenever a server gets out of this triangle, whenever a server gets out of this triangle, either in a child domain or in a second forest, this DC is not replicating anything to the other DC. So, this DC is only replicating to the server that exist within the same domain. So these two will be replicating together. These two will be replicating together. So they are brothers. They copy everything. They replicate everything. So 10 users here, 10 users here, 20 users added here, 20 users will be here. But they won't be replicating anything across each other. So whenever it goes out of the triangle, whenever it goes to a second domain in the same forest or a or another forest, they don't replicate any information. So they will only replicate among the same domain controller within the same forest.
So, sir, this is because of the DNS
This is because of the security. This is because of the
security.
security.
Okay.
I mean, that's the very reason why you created a second domain. If let's say somehow you can maintain the second company within the same domain, then there is no need for the forest. There is no need for another domain. So that is why they shouldn't replicate any information. So your main headquarter has 10,000 users. Your second company might have only 20 users. So, but you want to keep that separate.
Sorry, Adnan, but I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
What's the meaning of ISP here? Is it means Fido is the one ISP, Rogers is another ISP, and they have connection together? That's it.
No, no. ISP means that it is a internet service
Internet service
provider.
provider.
Yes. So internet service provider, that company has internet connection. So where do you get internet connection from at your home? Which company do you have internet connection from, Human?
Rogers.
Rogers, right? So Rogers is an ISP that provides internet connection. So when I'm saying Fido and Rogers both were internet ISPs, so connecting their networks together was not a big issue for them. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, it means ISP from Fido and ISP from Rogers is the same name when they sold the company, kind of like that.
Um, can you repeat your question? Is the confusion about the name or the ISP?
No, because ISP is internet service provider. But
Okay.
why you have two ISP here between Rogers and Fido?
Oh, I'm just saying that Roger is an ISP and Fido is an ISP.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
So it's not a connection. It's just I'm saying that it's an ISP.
Thank you.
Okay, excelente.
In multiple forest environment, there is a trust relationship between two different forests. If it is owned by one company, what if like the domain, the child domain, and the tree? What kind of relationship is this? Like, I understand that it's a child domain of the same tree, but how do they like, communicate with each other? How do they
Connect to each other.
yeah, access
Okay.
each other?
Yes. So I'm gonna go through that. So first of all, as we can see, there is so as first of all, I can see that they are all. So this is one forest, and this is a domain, and this is another domain. Okay. Now, how do they log in together? So what happens is, in this case, let's say you have a user. You have a user connected to this forest, and this user is about to log in at 9 a.m. in the morning. So at 9 a.m. your office time starts, and user is about to log into this forest. As soon as the user tries to log in, within the login screen, remember when you go to Windows 10, you have to enter username and then password. And then in this case, when you have multi-domain environment, you will have the third option as domain as well. So in the domain, when you click this drop down list, it will give you both options. It will say you can log into rogers.com, or you can also log into tor for toronto.rogers.com. So you have two domains. So here you will enter username and password, and then you need to select which domain are you logging in. So as soon as you log into rogers.com, then you will have full access to this domain. If you are logging into this domain by selecting this domain, then you will be able to access all the resources in this domain. Okay. Okay. So everyone, now based on this information, let's look at the quick slides here. So quick slides. So here in this chapter, we are talking about advanced advanced Active Directory domain services. So we already know that forest domain relationship. Then in a short while, we'll be installing a new domain, and then we will be installing a forest as well. We'll be installing two forests, and we'll be installing two domains today. So right here, first slide is saying overview of the domain and forest boundaries. So first of all, what is the difference between a domain and a forest? So domain is a domain partition replication, administrative permissions, group policy applications, auditing, password account policies, domain names, and DNS zone replication, whereas the main responsibility of the forest is taking care of the overall security and the schema partition application, configuration partition application, global catalog, and DNS forest. Now, based on this slide, we already know, so it's just saying that what comes under a domain. Now here, this is all what is written. It's saying that these all actions are performed by Red Master and PDC emulator and infrastructure master, whereas the two schema master and domain naming master, they have these functionalities. So schema master is responsible for schema partition replication, whereas domain naming master is responsible for rest of configuration, global catalog, and forest DNS replication. And whereas in each domain is responsible for its own domain partition replication, administrative, group policies, auditing, password changes, which is PDC emulator. Group policies is right here. RID and domain DNS zone replication is infrastructure. So this is just saying that these are differences between the two. Why do we implement multiple domain? Organization might choose to deploy multiple domains. This is the reason. I mean, we just went through this, and it's saying domain replication requirement and DNS name space requirement, distributed administration requirement, forest administrative group security, and resource domain requirement. So why do we create multiple domain? There might be a requirement of domain replication requirement, that you need to replicate it to the other country Maybe you need a separate name for your domain. So your current domain name is abc.com, but your company is now going into a new venture with a new name xyz.com. For that reason, you might create a new domain. Then different administrative boundary, meaning there is a security requirement that you need to separate two domains together. So this is one domain, this is a second domain. Then you have forest administrative group security requirement. So you might need to trust between two forests, because your company is now managing bought that other company. And the last one, resource domain requirement, it means that there can be an application that needs to be installed in another domain and not in your domain. So there are many reasons why would you need to implement a new domain. Then here it's saying managing objects in complex ADDS deployment. So there is potential issues include are these. So this is exactly the same thing. Why I'm saying that in managing objects in complex AD domain, why you shouldn't have multiple multi-domain environment because of all these issues. So potential issues are users and group management. If you have multiple domains, then you need to manage the objects in all the domains. So you have three domains, let's say, and one tree domain. And then in that, you not only have to manage the servers, you now have to manage the users as well and their passwords as well, and then the groups as well. So it's saying that this can be very complex. And then user self-service will be very complex, meaning user can log in here and make changes. This user cannot log in here and cannot log in here, and then you'll have to manage the securities of each one of them. And then certificate management is used for security purposes. But then if you have multiple domains, if you have multiple domains, then you'll have to manage different certificate, and we will be going through that certificate management later on in another chapter. But for now, just remember security. This is certificate is type of a security within the domain. URITY, security. And then identity syncing. Identity syncing will be another challenge within multi-domain environment. Identity syncing, identity mean username, and sync mean that if this user can exist in the other domain. So let's say if your company is responsible for three domains, four domains, and your company has a marketing executive that needs to have access in all four domains. Let's say this marketing executive already has access to all the headquarter resources, but since he is a VP of your company and needs to have access to this domain and this domain and this domain, then how do you do that? So one is that you create four accounts for him. So for this marketing executive, create an account here, create account here, and create account here. Then who is it complex for? It's not only complex for you, but it is also complex for the marketing executive. He would say, why would I need to remember four passwords for four domains? Then in that case, you need to do something called identity syncing. So if one user needs to be available in all four domains, then we use a software called MIM. MIM is Microsoft Identity Management. Microsoft Identity Management. This software, what it does, it's a cloud-ready identities for Azure Active Directory. It's a powerful user self service which features with multi-factor authentication. It is also using PAM. So we will go through this later on. But at the moment, Microsoft Identity Management, which is this service, this will help in identity syncing between these. But remember that this will be complex. This will be complex. So if you have a multi-domain environment, it will always be complex. It will always be challenging. Your question might be that you as a system admin, would you be responsible for this? No, guys, no. Whenever company has this complex environment, they have a team of system admins. So at least in this environment, they will have at least four system admins. So one admin will be responsible for one domain, second will be responsible for second domain, or half and half, 50%. Two will be responsible for half of the domain and two will be responsible for this. So don't worry, when you are in this complex environment, the good thing is the job security. Because if you are very good in handling these, they won't fire you, because they won't find a resource who can handle these multi-domain environments. So if it is complex, it's good. If it is very simple, it's not good. I mean, because very simple can be handled by anyone. So in this lesson, so next thing that we need to understand, everyone, and that is functional levels. So whenever we install Active Directory, there is something called functional levels. So we have all these different functional levels here. So one is known as, so there is domain functional level, there is forest functional level. Naveed, go ahead.
No, sir, I don't have any question, but I forgot to lower the hand down.
Okay,
Sorry
great.
about.
No, it's okay. Very good. Any
Adnan
question?
bhai, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
In the company, how we can find, this company has forest, for example, how many domain each forest has, or how many trees they have. Do we have something we can access and see?
Okay. So, guys, it's a very, very good question. In a company, how do you know what is their Active Directory design? So, in order to know what is their Active Directory design, there is no such thing as a console, one common console where you can find everything. So, in a company, when you start working as a system admin, then what they would do, they would basically give you at least 1 to 2 weeks to understand the environment. So in order to know how many, what is in the environment, how many domains are there and how many, so they will give you 1 to 2 weeks and they would want you to shadow an existing system admin. So the existing system admin will train you for the first and 2 weeks that how many domains are there and the Active Directory structure. So to answer your question, Human, in a company, all the companies would understand that you don't know the structure. It will take you from 1 to 2 weeks to understand and then start working on that. But what their expectation is that you understand the technology. So you should be able to understand the technology, what is Active Directory, what is multi-domain environment, what is FISMO roles and all. Okay. Now, guys, new functionality requires that domain controllers are running a particular version of Active Directory. So, what is the functional level, guys? Functional level. Everyone. Please type yes in the chat window. Whoever is present in the chat window. So, please type yes in the chat window. So here we are. 8:11. 8:11. We started 6:30. 2 hours already? Wow, man. Yeah. Okay. So let me complete this topic, then we'll take a short break. So we'll take a short break in 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, we'll take a 10 minutes break. Yes, we will. So guys, a functional level is very easy to understand. Functional level is really easy to understand. Now functional level, in order to understand functional level, let's take this example. It's good that we live a real life. Can we live a virtual life? No, we are living a real life meaning that we have real life examples. So let's say Corolla. How many versions of Corolla do we know of? We know that Corolla comes as hybrid version, hatchback version, cross version, ZR version, GR version, Corolla sedan. So these are so Corolla is same, but it has many different versions. Guys, this is what is called functional levels. Functional level meaning that if Active Directory 2008 had its own features, then Active Directory 2012 have its own features, but you can run Active Directory 2012 with 2008 functional level. I mean, if you have Corolla hybrid, can you run it as a normal without hybrid version? No, you cannot. I mean, yes, you can. You can switch off electricity of Corolla, maybe. In some cars that are hybrid, we all know what is hybrid car. It is a combination of gas and electricity. But when you have these two different, I mean, can you switch between the two? Yes, you can. And in back home, Pakistan, India, and all the countries, we also have what is called what is LPG, LPG running on gas, running on that real gas. I mean, in North America, we called fuel uh, petrol as gas, but that's another gas, the so liquid gas. In that, you can switch between the two. So from the slide, now we are trying to understand functional level. Functional level is nothing but a different version of the same operating system. And so here, when the new functionality, yes. So right here, we see that there are different functional level when we install Active Directory. So the Active Directory can be installed with functional level 2003. Active Directory can be started with a functional level 2008, 2008 R2, 2012, 2012 R2, and 2016. These are all functional levels. So which means that as soon as you install Active Directory in this, so what do you need when you install Active Directory? First of all, you need a server, right? And then you add a role, remember, and then you add a role name. What is the role name? We add a role called ADDS role. As soon as you install ADDS role, there is one place that it will ask what is the functional level of your Active Directory. So functional level of Active Directory, so for example, if I'm installing it in server 2016, guys, I need your attention. I need your attention just for a few more minutes. We are going for a break. I need your attention on this. Once you understand this concept, you will be able to understand and reply to an interview question. So I need your attention. So server 2016, when you install, by default, it will start with a functional level of 2016. So your Active Directory is running with 2016, meaning that Active Directory has all the features right from 2003 to 2016. It has all those features in that Active Directory. But sometimes we have to install latest Active Directory, but with a previous functional level. So sometimes I have to install Active Directory, but I need to choose a functional level of 2012. So I've installed Active Directory in this, but I have to choose a functional level of server 2012. So server 2012 means that I have in my network, in this domain, I have some servers that are server 2012. So I have not my all of the servers are 2016. If I have all my server 2016, then I can easily start my network with 2016. But let's say some of my servers is to 2012 and some of my servers are 2016, then I must not go more than this functional level. Then what happens if you go more than this functional level? If you start with functional level of 2016 and you have an older operating system in that domain, then that older operating system will not work. That older Active Directory will not work. So we need to make sure whenever you're installing a domain controller and Active Directory, then we need to make sure that if all of what type of domain controllers do we have in our network. So you will calculate, you will say, oh, I have three 2008 R2 domain controllers, I have two 2012 domain controller, and I have so I have three of these, I have two of these, and I have eight of these. So which means that since I have three of the older domain controller, I cannot go with this functional level of 2016. Why? Because as soon as you install Active Directory of 2016 functional level, these both domain controller will stop working. So in this case, if in your network, you still have previous domain controllers, there are two ways. One way is before installing the new operating system, upgrade these. So upgrade 2008 to 12 and then 12 to 16. Once you have removed this, upgraded all these, then you can use a functional level of 2012 R2. But if you want to start fresh with 2016, then you need to make sure that all of these are upgraded and then use this last functional level. Now, the problem with the functional level is once you cannot raise the functional level while domain controllers are running previous server version. So this is what I just said, that if there is a previous version of domain controller running, you cannot run the latest functional level. So this is one thing. And you cannot add a domain controller that is running previous server after raising a functional level. The problem with functional level is, as soon as you upgrade a functional level, it cannot be downgraded. It cannot be downgraded. So once I start, let's say my functional level was of Active Directory 2012 R2, and then I decided, since I have no server 2012 in the network, I can upgrade it to 2016. And why would you need to upgrade to 2016? Because I want to take advantage of all the latest features. So 2016 has these latest features, whereas 2012 has these features, but that those features are not equal to the features that are in 2016. So but the problem is, as soon as you upgrade the functional level once, and I'll show you where it is upgraded. As soon as you upgrade a function level, it cannot be downgraded. So then the only way to bring all of the computers equal to this functional level, upgrade all of them individually. So,
Sir, I have a
and
question.
yes, I'll come back to your question. Just my last
Sorry,
point.
sorry. Yeah.
Last point is that once you have upgraded your functional level, then you cannot add any domain controllers that are running previous Windows Server version. So then you only have to upgrade to 2016. You cannot have even previous operating system. Yes, please go ahead now.
Okay, two questions, sir. I want you to define what is functional level. What's the exact definition of the
Right.
functional level? First thing. Second thing is there an option in any of the server to roll back or not?
No, there is no option of rollback. So once you upgrade a functional level, there is no option of rolling back. So that's the thing that comes with a functional level. And definition of a functional level is, it's just a set of new features in Active Directory. So if I have functional level of 2012, it means that I have Active Directory, but I don't have the latest features.
Adnan, I have a
So basically, we are talking about here the upgradation, right?
Yeah, we are talking about the upgradation of Active Directory, not upgradation of
Oh.
operating system, but Active Directory.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
yes.
let's see, if I have a server 2012 R2 and I want to upgrade it to 2016, whatever the OUs and everything in 2012, once I upgrade 2012 to 16, everything automatically transfer into 16, right?
Exactly. Yes. So
Yeah.
everything will be transferred, upgraded to 2016. Yes.
And we do these all upgrades from Microsoft, I believe.
Yes, we do upgrade right from the server itself. I mean, in the custom lab,
Yeah,
you might have
there is option.
upgraded. Just
Yeah.
just insert the CD, and it will ask you,
Hmm.
do you want a new installation or upgrade? So you just upgrade, and it will upgrade it.
Do we
Adnan, I have a
have
question.
to do a backup before we start upgrading, or
Oh,
it doesn't matter,
100%, 100%.
right?
Any change
Yeah.
in the operating system, you must back it up first, because your
Yeah.
upgrade might not go correctly. Your upgrade
Hmm.
might start fresh operating system. That happened with when you were doing the custom lab.
Hmm. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so one more thing I wanted to make it
Sir, I
clear,
have
that functional level is nothing but options. So when we say a full option car that has the leather seats and that has all of those bells and whistles, that comes in a full option car compared to a basic car. So basic car has not those features, but both are cars. So this is exactly the same difference between Active Directory 2000 functional, 2008 functional level, 2012 functional level. So this is, let's say 2016 is a full option Active Directory, whereas 2012 does not have all the options that are in 2016. So that's the only reason. And when we say you're converting from basic cars to a full option car, since in real life there is no such thing as basic convert upgrade from full option car to basic to full option car. The only way you can do that is sell the basic car and then get a full option car. So but in Active Directory there is a way, but it's just a one way change. Once you upgrade from older to newer, it cannot go back.
So, sir,
Sir,
it's
I have
been
a question here.
upgradation should take place in downtime, first of all, I guess, right?
Yes, yes. You will have to
You
shut down
cannot
the
do it during a
environment.
business hour.
No,
Yeah.
no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Yes, I know. And the second thing is when we do a upgrade, I skipped my question. Okay, that's fine. I'll ask you once it
Okay, no
come
problem.
back.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. As you mentioned that like if you upgrade 2008 or 12 to 16, uh, domain controllers will not be functional, right? So if they will not be in function, like they will not be functional, so like it will be useless to upgrade it, right? So what is the use of upgrading if it like domain controllers are not working properly?
Right. So your question is about the older domain controllers, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So older domain controllers are important too. Okay, we understand that. So when I say that once we upgrade one functional level to another functional level, 2012 to 2016, we need to 100% make sure that there are no older operating system available. So that is the main point. If you upgrade to the newer one, then older becomes they will not be able to function as a domain controller. Okay, so remember that this is all only about domain controller, not about the server, not about the normal server. It's only about domain controllers. So to answer your question, Alamgir, that whenever we upgrade a functional level, we need to first make sure that in our network there is no older servers available. If there is older server available, do not upgrade, because then they will you answer your own question, then they will be become useless, and then what will be the use of those servers?
Okay, sir.
Adnan, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
I think my question is close to the Navid question. When we upgraded server to 2016, I just wondering to know, what happened for rules and ADDS and DHCP? Is that the specific version they have? Because we don't touch them. They are part of the after, upgradation. Just I
Exactly.
wondering to know what happened for that
Yes.
one. Do we
So
have different version for them?
no, they'll be upgraded to 2016. So DHCP, DNS, WDS, WSUS, all the services will be upgraded to 2016. They don't have separate versions. So if DHCP, DNS, and the WDS, they are all 2012, they are 2012. Once you upgrade the operating system, they will be upgraded as well.
Automatically.
Automatically. Yeah, you don't have to separately upgrade them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Excellent, everyone. So let's take a break, 10 minutes break here, freshen up, move around, coffee, and then right after the break, we'll start again. Hello, welcome back after the break. Please type yes, present, or anything, Hadir Janab, in your chat window. And let's continue our journey to become a system admin and cloud admin. So, just before the break, we were talking about Active Directory concept, different Active Directory concepts, and okay. So trust relationship, before we can start the lab, because I want to spend some time in the lab as well today. So here is the trust between two forests. So the trust between two forests. Okay. Okay. So okay. Uh, the trust between two forests is adatum.com, fabricam.com has two different forests here. And yes, you can see just by looking at the diagram, now you can read this through, that this is a child domain to adatum.com and this is a child domain to fabricam.com. But we need a trust relationship between these two. So the trust relationship created, if there is no trust relationship, then people here won't be able to log into this. Now, first of all, we need to understand what is a trust relationship, everyone. Trust relationship. What is a trust relationship? Trust relationship in the real world, what is the meaning of trust relationship? Then the real world trust relationship meaning is this. So two brothers and they have both have their own houses, two brothers and both have their own houses. If there is a trust relationship, then both families will move around in each house without any interruption. So kids from this house can go from here to here and go from here to here. What else kids can do in each houses? They can switch on the TV. They can switch on the TV. They can even open fridge and get some snacks or juice or whatever they want, and they can they can use everything within both houses. This is known as trust relationship. Okay. And this is known as trust relationship. Now this trust relationship can be one way, this trust relationship can be two ways, even in real environment. As trust relationship, one way is this, that this family is trusting this family, meaning that when the kids from this house goes to this house, they can use all the resources. So one way trust from here to here means that these kids can use everything here, but these kids cannot use everything here because this family is not trusting this. And two-way trust relationship will be that both families can trust each other. So trust relationship is exactly by going to the definition of Active Directory trust relationship, that how many resources these users can use on these domains. So definitely in this domain there are users available, and in this domain there are users available too. And what are the resources that they have access to? So all these users have access to printers. So this is a printer. So printer, so these users can print into their own domain, but can these users can print in their domain? Yes, if there is a two-way trust relationship. So these users can print on this printer, and if they have a printer too, these users can also print on that printer if they have a trust relationship. So guys, then there is something called transitive trust relationship. Transitive Transitive trust relationship is a built-in trust relationship. Transitive trust relationship means a built-in trust relationship, meaning if this is a child domain to this domain, so this domain on this domain, the all users can trust. All users are trusted by this domain, and all users are trusted by this domain. So if there are printer without establishing a trust relationship, so between two forests, you will have to build a trust relationship. I mean, you need to go into the Active Directory and build a trust relationship. You must build a trust relationship. So in this case, you'll have to build a trust relationship manually. Whereas in this there is in a parent and child trust relationship, it's a transitive trust relationship which is automatically done. which is automatically there. So interview question is, do you have to build a trust relationship between a parent domain and a child domain? Answer is no. Why? Because parent and child domain, or they have automatic trust relationship between the two. So you don't have to build a trust relationship between a parent and a child, but you still have to create a trust relationship between this forest and this forest. But if you have a trust relationship between two forests, two-way trust relationship, then automatically this has a trust relationship between this. So both child domain can have a trust relationship, because this trust this domain, and that trust that domain, and that automatically that has a trust relationship, automatic trust relationship here. So from this slide we have learned that we need to build manually trust relationship between two forests, number one, so that users on this forest can access all the resources in this forest, and users in this forest can access resources in this forest. But we don't have to build a trust relationship between a parent and a child domain. Why? Because they have a transitive trust relationship. Transitive meaning, where is the word transitive coming from, guys? We all know what transitive is. Like transit, you're transiting from Canada back to your country, and you're transiting from Heathrow Airport or UK or Europe somewhere. So transited meaning that it's a transit that you already have. You will travel from one country to another, but you transit through this. So transitive trust relationship, just remember that from that example. Maybe that example, transit flight example doesn't fit exactly in this, but we know the word transit from there. And this is exactly, it's a transitive trust relationship. Transitive is a technical term that uses, so they have a transitive trust relationship. Now the second thing that we need to remember here is that there is something called a shortcut trust. Shortcut trust is trust shortcut trust meaning that shortcut trust is a direct trust relationship between a child domain to another child domain. So which means that, let's say if you have a user called Mike that needs to access a printer in this domain, in domain number 4. So there are 4 domains here. Mike need to access this printer that is part of this domain. So his permissions will go in this manner. So first of all, his permission will be go to this domain, and that will send to that username and password to this domain, and that username and password will be sent to this domain, that username and password will be sent to this domain. And once this username and password is authenticated from this domain, then only Mike can print on that printer. So in transitive trust relationship, the trust relationship is there. You don't have to maintain it manually because it is automatically there. But the problem is the slowness. If you have more domains, then the permissions will take longer time to be authenticated. This is exactly like when you're sitting, let's say you're traveling from country A to country B, and then you're transiting between two different countries, because you got a ticket like this. So you need to transit between country D and country F. For country D, you have a visa, but then on reaching country F, you found out that you need a visa for this. So this is D is a visa free entry. You travel from here to here, but as soon as you travel from here to here, you found out that no, you cannot transit this country without a visa, and then now you have to wait. So you might have to wait few hours, maybe you will miss your flight, and then you will have that transit visa, and then you'll move further. So in transitive trust relationship, this can happen. So maybe you have access here and here, but your access is blocked here. And for that, you will need to call that admin, and you will say, I need to print on that printer since I am in that building, and I need to print on that printer that is part of that other domain. Can you please have my access? So this person will we don't know how much time this will take for this person to provide you access to this. And it cannot only be the printer, it can be a simple door, a door to a meeting room. Let's say door to a meeting room is connected to Active Directory, and whoever scans a card, nowadays we all have smart cards, you will scan your employee card and you can enter the room. So if you don't have access to this, then you will have to call this guy, and this guy will go into the access, provide you access. So guys, instead, if you don't want to go through all this hassle, and your employees from this company are more frequently accessing resources in this company, then in that case, you can build a shortcut trust relationship. Shortcut meaning that I have a direct I have a direct trust relationship between domain number 1 and domain number 4, so that it doesn't have to go through all the way from here. But shortcut trust relationship has to be built. Okay, so now from this slide, what have we learned? From this slide, we learned that trust between forest has to be built. So trust between forest has to be built here. So this is number one. Number two is transitive trust is always there between parent and child. And there is number three, the trust relationship, shortcut trust relationship is between the two domains that we need to remember. So here in the explanation, it's saying client CL1 request access to file on file server D. So let's say this is a normal functioning. If the client is here and wants to access anything here, then what happens is that the authentication goes to the domain, and from there it goes to the second domain, then from here it goes to the third domain, and then the user will be able to access access the client. And then what you can build is a something called shortcut trust. Shortcut trust is that you can build a trust if you don't want to go through all this. Now, how forest trust is one way and two way, we already discussed that forest trust can be one way or forest trust can be two ways. So one way is that remember the example of two houses, two brothers, and they can have full trust relationship. Then a friend, two friends can be one way trust, and all that. So Alamgir's question is, within one forest and a domain, there is a transitive trust, while within new joining forest, you need a build a trust. Yes, absolutely, that is right. Okay. Okay, so let's do this exercise. Let's do this exercise. Let me keep that so I can put that in the notes. So guys, in our lab, what are we going to do? We are going to do this. So today we are building two domains and a forest. So in order to build a two domains, what we need is we need two new servers. So first of all, let's see the architecture. Guys, remember everything. Remember that whenever you build a new server, we need to follow the best practices standards. Okay. So right here, what I need is, so we already have one domain and one user account. So we already have this. We already have our one domain. So we have one domain. So in our network, we have something like this. We have server one and server two, and we also have one client in this. So we have one client and one user. This is how our domain looks like. Okay, so and we already tested that because this user from Windows 10 is able to log into both of the servers. Is that correct? Please type correct in the chat window if you're able to understand what I'm saying here. And if not, then let me know. Okay, excelente. Which is so that's fine. So what we need to do now is we need to create a new server, everyone, and this will be a new domain. So this will be a child domain to our domain. So our domain is, what is your domain name? Please write that in the chat window. If it is canaps.local or 360.local. Let's say if it is canaps.local. So what we need to canaps.local, okay, that's fine. We are going to build a US branch of canaps.local, and we will name that domain as us.canaps dot local. And in this domain, how do we build that domain? All you need to do is build a new server 2016, and that server will be, so all you need to do, it's so logical, guys, anyone can do it. So here you need to build a server called server 2016. Follow the best practices. So follow the server build guidelines. So what is the meaning of best practices? Best practices means that when you build a server, rename the server properly, and then turn off the firewall, and then provide an IP address. So the IP address that we are going to provide is .199. So whatever your subnet is, please provide this IP address as 199 to this new server. It is part of the same subnet. And then so IP configuration, and also make sure that this will be pinging. You don't need to join it. Let's say, do you want to join it? Yes, it needs to be joined as well. So we need to join to our existing Active Directory. So guys, make a new server, and then name it US canap serve 1. So the name of the server will be server name US can srv01. So this is the server name, and the IP address is whatever IP. Are you using 192 or 172? So if you're using 172, 192, then use this IP address. Whatever your IP address is from the network address, then please use that address. And the name of the server will be this. Make sure it is renamed properly. Can you please write this information in the chat window? Yes, I will, so that you can have that information. And so build this server first. I will give you 10 minutes here. Yes, let's take 15 minutes and build these servers, everyone. This one server in 15 minutes. So you need to build it quickly, and name the server, and then share with me a screenshot. Okay, so rename the server, disable the firewall, set up IP address, ping from this server to this server, and do not install the domain yet. Do not install the domain yet, because you might, and then also take a snapshot at the end, because we might have to go back to the snapshot and create it as a new forest. So snapshot of this server. So guys, start working now. Your time starts now, 15 minutes. And I'll copy that information within. Okay, 10 minutes. Let's, guys, please start working on this seriously. Please take it seriously. We need to build it as soon as possible. So I'm going to copy that in the chat window, server name. Whoever needs help, let me know that if you're not able to do it. I need a reason why you're not able to do it. And Okay, Faz. So Faz, how many servers do you have? Faz, you can unmute and you can just share your
I've
information.
got two servers and one client, and today I'm going to make. I'm making the third server. So
You have two servers and
one client.
you have two servers, one client.
Yes, sir.
And they have Active Directory?
No, sir. I haven't installed yet.
Faz, why didn't you install Active Directory on them? You had whole 1 week.
So I'm going through your old videos, sir. No, sir. On one of the servers, Active Directory is installed, but the client is not yet connected with that.
Okay. Okay.
Because I'm going through your old videos and making, doing as you have done, sir. So
Okay, so
inshallah,
that's
by this,
no, that's fine. That is fine. But Faz, we need to complete. I mean, I gave you the videos last week, last week actually. So you were not able to find time in order to complete the
no, sir,
labs.
I was not well this whole week, sir. I was
You
not
were
well.
not well. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's. I mean, okay, so that's fine. Uh, so will you be able to do that in this week?
Yes, sir.
100%,
Yes, sir. Promise.
inshallah.
Inshallah. So
Okay.
everything is there, but this weekend I was at home, but I was very ill, sir.
Okay, that's
So
fine. That is okay. But remember, Faz, we need. I mean, without practical, trust me, it won't work. It won't. I understand that you were not well, and we are not well at different times. But since you are determined to get a job in system admin, and this is not only for Faz, this is for everyone. This is for everyone. Uh, we need to take this extra seriously. Like we need to have a gorilla type of attitude that this needs to be done. This needs to be done no matter what. This is more important than at this point, at the moment, it is more important than the family. It is more important than the than other jobs that we are doing, because we need to get into the market. So Faz, please, you have this week. Please complete the videos in 740. In 740, there are videos. Actually, no, I remember that I gave you failover clustering lab. Failover clustering lab had Active Directory videos. It has failover clustering feature and all that. So those are around 8 videos. So 8 videos, Faz, you must complete them, please. Can you do it?
yes, sir.
Okay. And what about anyone else who's not able to do this? Anyone else who's not able to do this task that I just gave? Okay. Human, are you able to do this task? So Naveed is asking a question: do we need a 3 server or just 1 server? No, we need a 1 server and 1 client running, and other than that, we need one new server. So if you can see my screen here, if you can see my screen with the VMware, I have one machine on. So I have my first server on with Active Directory. So this is 360 Cloud Server. This server is on with Active Directory. I have one client on with Active, which is joined, and I'm making a new server. So I just need a new server. So you should have 1 server and 1 client ready and log in, and then a new server.
Yes, Adnan boy, I'm doing.
You're doing it?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. That makes me happy. That makes me happy, everyone. We all need to be on the same page. And please, when you need help, just say you need help. So I'm going to build server 2016 now. And how much time do we have? Where is our time? So time is Okay, so I'm gonna increase that to 10 more minutes. So 10 more minutes. Write in the chat window your progress, everyone. Everyone, where are you in the lab? So if you're making a server, just say creating a server, setting up, waiting for the server to be created, waiting for this. Please update your status, everyone. So right from the start, you need to name the server properly. So server. So this is US can serve 01, and then same hard disk, nothing special here. I do need to customize this to, I do need to customize this to BIOS. Okay, so I cannot do it from here. Once the VM is created, then we can do it. So Salim is saying my 2 servers and 1 client is connected. But Salim, are you creating a new server or you cannot create a new server?
Name is master now, sir. He's doing good.
Oh, mashallah. Okay. You already have a new server. So you already have a server called US can server. Okay. Very good. Very good. Excellent. So Salim, what you can do is take a snapshot of that third server and try to create a new domain. So so first of all, I mean, before doing that, make sure they're pinging together. Their firewalls are off and that third server is joined to your existing Active Directory. So once that is done, take a snapshot and take a picture as well and share that in the WhatsApp group.
Sir, you are using an IP scheme 192 while we have everything on 172.
Yes, so follow your own scheme. Follow your own scheme,
Yeah.
please. 172. UEFI. So guys, here, whenever we are installing Server 2016, we always change this BIOS from UEFI to BIOS. This is UEFI is just a new BIOS. New BIOS with new servers. BIOS is older type of BIOS. What is a BIOS? Basically, this is the information with which server starts from. So here we are saying just start the server in the old way. We are not following the new way of starting a server. So that's the only difference. And I'm gonna start this server and build the server. Ashish, how are we doing in the lab?
Honestly, Adnan Bhai, I'm here, but I'm not here. I have my exam tomorrow, so I'm kind of studying for that. But I'll do all this later if possible.
Okay. No problem for you. I know that you're on top of your labs and you finished the custom lab as well, so it's all good. It's all good from yours.
Thank you.
So
Also,
guys, yes, please go ahead.
Would you remember, please, to record the tomorrow's class for sure,
Oh,
because my exam is like tomorrow at 5.
okay, that's fine. That is fine. I will. Yeah, all cloud classes are recorded. All the classes are recorded, though.
Perfect.
Adam bhai,
Yes, please go ahead.
in Windows 10 when you install, in Windows 10 education, like there is one thing which is called Cortana, which come up during installation. How can you bypass that Cortana? Is there any kind of way to bypass it?
Okay, I'm sorry. I have no clue what that is.
Okay. So let me ask you, like Windows 10, which version we can go with installation here?
You
Windows
can
10
go with
Home?
business version. No, don't ever go with home. Except home, you can go with any version: business, consumer, professional. So you can go with any version.
Okay.
Okay,
Then,
home edition. Home edition is only for home and home. The difference between home and others are home edition doesn't have networking. So home edition has basic networking, but you won't be able to join it to a domain since it is a home edition. So for that reason, don't go with home, go with any other version.
okay. So I'm going with Windows 10 Education.
Yeah, you can go with Windows 10 Education.
So it's done.
So server is done, meaning server is installed, right?
Yeah, it's installed and pinging. So what's the next step?
So installed and pinging, join it to your existing Active Directory.
Sure. Do we need
Sir, can I see the diagram, please?
Okay, the diagram is right here.
So do we need any Active Directory in this verse or no?
No, just join it. Just join it, and then I'll give you more instructions.
Sure.
So once it is joined, just type in the chat window, it's joined, and take a picture and share it in the WhatsApp group. Okay, so
Number, what is the name of the second server?
the server that you're building or the older server?
I just use USCAN server 1.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're most welcome. So guys, we need to do these tasks very, very fast. We need to do these tasks very, very fast. Try to be like frontline fighters. We're not waiting for anything. We're just going forward. We're moving forward. If there are errors, we need to fix them. We're not waiting for any help. We're just trying to just complete the task as soon as possible. Wasim, how's your lab going?
Sir is done. I joined with the domain as well.
Excellent, excellent, very good. So Alamgir has joined too, Salim has joined too, Naveed is catching up, and
And it's pingable as well.
it's pingable. Okay, very good. Okay, excellent, excellent.
Since last 18 hours, I did the same thing, sir.
Huh, really? Joining,
Joining domain, re-imaging was unsuccessful in pharmacy.
Mm-hmm.
So it took me 18 hours. Finally, I captured the error logs from CMD, send it to support, and then they said they will send the stage device.
Right.
Because image was giving some error.
Okay. And how many machines
Configuration
how many machines you had to do the imaging?
It depends. Day before yesterday, I did 2 machines, one for the self-checkout in Shoppers Drug and one is the point of sales in their cosmetic department. And today I did in Loblaws pharmacy. And that workstation was so pathetic, so bad.
Okay.
Anyways,
do you have to go there?
Like,
do you have to go
yeah,
there?
I have to go on site. Yeah.
So normally you're alone or you're with the team?
We have a team, but I work like independently. Nobody, we can help each other, but on site, everyone is all alone.
Okay. Any possibility if anyone wants to join you there, or is there a restriction that no one can join with you?
Well, technically there is a restriction, but I can take like Bhatti Bhai wants to come with me. I always
If
tell
one
him, come.
person. Okay. So
Yeah,
if I mean
I can teach them.
okay, excellent, excellent. So if anyone is interested, you can schedule time, maybe at least once, just once,
Yeah.
see the server, see how is it real connected. I mean, that will give you a different view of the same thing.
Even I can teach them how to, create the bootable device from Rufus and this and that. I know these all things, right?
Okay,
how,
excellent.
How to create image and stuff. Because today I worked on the SCCM, stuff as well. I have a bootable device. I can boot it from a SCCM or offline media, whatever I can use, I can use.
Okay, so, that is
yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
So anyone went with you before? Because I know that you offered this to everyone, that whoever wants to just have a peek, have a look at the thing.
Not yet. I think everyone is busy, and I live in Cambridge, and they live in the east side of the Cambridge, Toronto.
Okay. And Cambridge.
Only Naveed just recently moved from Mississauga to Cambridge.
So Cambridge is like half an hour, 1.5 hours, something like that. It's close to London, or where is Cambridge?
No, from Mississauga, it's like 35 minutes drive.
Man, 35
Further
is nothing.
West. Yeah, 35 is west nothing. From Mississauga. Yeah.
Even if it is 35 minutes from this Mississauga, then probably 1 hour from downtown.
Yes.
Okay, so how about Salim and Alamgir, and what about your timing? Can you guys make at least one time take advantage of this option?
Yes, sir. I wish I was close to Wasim Bhai.
Come on, man. This is nothing. I mean, close is not an option.
You know what? Only I have some like kind of responsibilities at home. I have kids, so I have to pick them up and drop them off, and that's the only reason.
Every day.
Like 5 days, and Wasim Bhai, he has only working like mostly on the weekdays.
He works in the weekdays and in the morning time.
Sir, I have a whole year schedule. I have 1 year schedule. They send me every year schedule to everyone.
I will try to make I will try to work with him. I wish, because we have a very good understanding, and I know that I can learn from him like quickly anything, and we are like working together in labs too.
Okay, Alamgir, let's try to make it simple. I know that you have responsibilities, and everyone has responsibilities. but this chance is rare. It's, I mean, it's available nowhere. I mean, this chance of looking at the or working in shadow with somebody who's working on the real environment. Okay,
That's beautiful.
so what I suggest, one day make it special. One day make it special, and decide for that one day, and just have a look at it. Trust me, in interviews, when you go inside the interview, if you have ever been in a real environment, your interview attitude will be different in as compared to a person who has never been into a real environment. I mean, if you have seen a server, if you have seen that house server, his computer is connected through cable to the server or to the rack or wherever it is being done, that will be totally different. So I would say, please take out some time as long as we have this opportunity. Now, you won't have this opportunity after this training. No one will have that opportunity for sure. So I would say that take advantage of this. I understand your point, but we are working on a very serious cause here. The serious cause is getting a job, and trust me, it's a really, really serious and complex and difficult as well. So can you make out some time next week for this? And same question goes for Salim. Same question goes for anyone else in this training.
Sure, sir. You know, Salim lives close to me. We'll definitely, we'll make like a time together and we'll go there
Okay,
together.
but maybe it might not be possible for both of you to join. Maybe only one person is allowed at one time. I'm not sure, but Wasim can clarify this. Uh,
Yes, one is better.
yes.
I don't want to take two, right? Because it's hard to manage.
Yeah,
But
for
one
sure,
by
for
one,
sure.
I can take them, right?
Right. So that will be a great help too. That will be a great help. And I would say, guys, everyone, please try to make some time and in order to have a look at this environment. Okay. So guys, Naveed is asking this question that what will be your domain name? Now understand when you're creating Active Directory. So for everyone, my server is still being built, but now let's understand the next step. The next step here, everyone, is that now we have this server available. So I'm going to create that here. So the next part is we have existing domain and we need to create this domain. So we are about to create this domain. So this existing domain is called, this is called canaps.local. And in this domain, we already have two servers. So we have server number 1 and we have server number 2. And we also have client here that is logged in, and we know that you are able to log in with this client. So here we have this. Now we need to build a new domain. Now we have a chance that we could have built just another domain controller within this, but no, we are not doing this because our task is that our management wants us to create completely separate domain for this new company. So for that reason, we build a new server, and now we are about to install Active Directory. So these will be the steps. Number one, we build a server. We built a server called, USCAN USCAN SRV01. So we build this server, and your IP address might be 172.168 and 10.199. This is your IP address. And then you joined it to canaps.local. So it is part of canaps.local. So now in order to create a new domain, this is what we need to do. So we will, on this server, we will add a role. So you need to add a role called, what is the name of the role? ADDS. We need to build a ADDS role. And then once you build a role, then you need to configure Active Directory. So the very first question it will ask, is it a new forest? Is it a new domain controller? So is it a new DC in existing domain? Or is it a new domain in existing forest? Is it a new domain in existing forest? So this time, before you went with this option, and now we are going to go with this option. It's a new domain in the existing forest. And once you go with this option, then here, then the next it will, because since it is already joined to this domain, it will ask you the domain name. The domain name we are going to go with, it's called US. So as soon as you type US, it should automatically take canaps.local. So it will be canaps.local. So the domain name will be us.canaps.local. And once this is done, rest of the wizard is exactly the same. So try this. Before that, guys, before that, take a snapshot, because this can go wrong. You can go back to your previous settings. So this can go wrong. So if it goes wrong in any case, you can move it back to the existing snapshot. So before doing this, please take a snapshot of this. Please take a snapshot so that if it goes wrong, you can jump back to your previous snapshot. So try this, guys. Look at this. All you need to do are these steps. I think you should be able to do this. So this is the step that you need to do. Add a new role in the new server, number one. Number two, in a so it will be a new domain, number one, number two, and it will be a new domain in the existing forest. And then the domain name will be us.canaps.local. Rest of the steps are exactly the same. This will become a new domain in your forest.
Sir, I have question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Let's say we are creating new domain in real environment or in our lab, and we have to add the roles. Can I add like 2-3 roles in one go, or I have to add the roles separately, like one by one? What is the best exercise?
Okay. So that depends on your expertise. If you can handle 2 or 3 roles at the same time, it's up to you. You can do it. But since in the real environment we get that time, so when you are installing a new server, they will give you time. Just take 2 or 3 hours, but make sure it is good. I mean, you're doing that every day and you get that time, and everybody understand that you need to do it on your own pace. So for that reason, I would say in a production environment, always we go with one by one role. So I will install one role, make sure it is fine. If I can take a snapshot, then move to the second role, and then move to the third role. But in these test environment here, I can at the same time install ADDS role and the DHCP role and DNS role, and we can install all of the roles, but we know that we have to configure them separately, right? So that flag on the server manager will appear in yellow saying that you need to do now this and this and this and that. So if you can handle all the roles at the same time, that can be done too.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. You know there's an option select domain. It shows child domain and a tree. So we should which option should we choose? Tree domain, right?
So it's saying a child domain or a tree. Yes.
Yes.
So in this case, you need to do a child domain. So remember the way the diagram you see on the screen,
yeah.
it is a child domain. But if I would have said create a new name with this, then that will be a tree. So it's good that you saw that option. You can create a new tree because you need a new name. But here it's just a child domain. So we just go with the child domain.
Got it, sir. Thank you.
Excellent.
Sir,
Yes, please go ahead.
sir, I'm facing problem for domain. Although I did a lot of time, but this time, sir, it's not showing some error in my.
Okay, take a picture and share it in the WhatsApp, please.
Okay.
So, okay, you haven't created, shared a picture yet?
Sir, I'm sending this one.
Okay.
Sir, in the net BIOS, it just shows the domain name US.
Yes. And the full name FQDN will be US dot.
Okay, when I go next, maybe it shows, but here it shows just US.
It's fine. NetBIOS name will always be the first name. So always remember NetBIOS name is the first name of your domain,
Oh,
right? So
yeah.
when you created your first domain, it was just canaps and FQDN was canaps.local.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sir. So I'm at the screen where there are three options: add a domain controller to an existing domain, add a new domain to existing forest. This is what I selected.
Excellent. Very good.
And then there is an option child domain and tree domain.
Yes. So then it is so based on the picture on the screen, it's a child domain, right?
Child domain. And
Yes.
then by default, there is a parent domain name, which is canaps.local, right?
Excellent. Because we joined it, so it automatically understands that this will be a child domain to canaps.local.
Yes. Now I have to put the us.canaps.local for
Yes.
the new domain name,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So it says could not log on to the domain with the specified credentials, supply a valid credential and try again.
Right. So in that, all you need to do is log off using local admin because your everything is fine, but you're logged in with a local admin of the server. So log off and then log in with canap/administrator account.
Sir, there is an option at the bottom. Supply the credential to perform this operation. US Canaps
Excellent.
SRV01 administrator,
Yes.
current user. I can change it from here.
Yeah, you can change it from here too. So yeah,
Yes.
so just provide the credentials, or the best way was to just start from there, but that's fine. You can log in from here as well.
Okay, let's see.
So Naveed, how are we doing in your lab?
Yes, sir. So I've just came here to add a domain controller to an existing domain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Add a domain controller to existing domain.
Add a domain controller to an existing, like this is the first option, like this is the deployment configuration wizard.
Yes, so you need to select the second option. Add a new domain to existing forest.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, very interestingly, what happened is it was not taking, it was giving me error that you cannot use any dash or hyphen. So I remove US and then I remove the dot and then I put US Canaps and then I remove dot again, local, and then it took it.
No, hold on. So you remove, so you said US can local as one name and then it took it.
Yes, yes, yes.
No, but it should take that just US.
Yeah.
Just US without
just
anything, without anything.
Just
Then,
US. Okay.
then it will take in the next screen, it will automatically show you us.canaps.local.
Okay, let's see.
Sir, in a new domain name, this should be only US, correct?
New domain name,
Should be only US.
just US, yes.
Because the parent domain name is canvas.local, which is the existing one.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, I got an error here. So could not log on to the domain with the specified credential.
Yes.
Supply a valid credential and try again.
Right. So what do you think should be the, how do you fix it?
Yeah, like have I connected with a domain with the username or?
No, but you're already joined to Active Directory. Remember, you told me you're already joined to Active Directory.
Yeah.
So one way is you log off and log in back with the domain canap/administrator, or there should be a second option there. Just use that credentials.
Okay.
Is there another option to log in or to use the other credential?
I was
change.
logging out and just let me try once again. Parent is canap.local. And new domain name is US.
No, Naveed, on the same screen where it says it gave you an error message, but there should be another text box saying that you can log in with the other credentials. So there you need to use canap/administrator and the password.
Yeah, I lost that screen actually.
Okay.
There is a change button. Just click it and you'll put administrator and password. It will.
Yes, there is a change button. Okay, now I got it. Okay, so let me log in with the
Administrator and password.
administrator.
Sir, it's successfully done.
Excellent. So your domain is installed. Okay. So now, now what you can do, you can, if it is done, it will restart. And then when you log in, just open Active Directory users and computers.
Sir, I sent the pictures on the group, WhatsApp group.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll have a look at it. Okay, so the picture you shared, it's saying Active Directory, domain, canaps cannot, you say, okay, you're getting an error message while joining it to the domain. Okay. Now, can you show me your IP configuration? So IP configuration, so Zishan, can you share your screen? Just share your screen quickly. I'm sharing mine and you can share your screen.
Okay, sir.
So most probably
Sir,
you don't have the
he is
right
not
DNS,
using,
sir. Yeah.
Right. He is not using right IP scheme. He should use 172.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. So let's see, Zishan, since your other servers are 172 or 192?
Sir, I'm using the same 172 one.
Okay. So for this server, you also need to use 172.
Yes, sir. The same I
Okay.
am using.
You're using the same one. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So share your screen and
Sir,
then we can...
give me the request, sir. I'll share it to you.
Okay. And now you can share. Just click the share button on the meeting.
Sir, I didn't get any message, sir.
You did it and it's not sharing?
No, I'm...
Oh,
sir.
You're
I'm
on...
out. Yes, sir. Due to, the server, it's restarted. Just a moment, sir. I'm just logging again.
It's okay. It's okay.
I just shared the picture. Can you verify it? Please check it. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So you shared a picture and Alamgir, you have shared a picture. Your NetBIOS name, US, and here you're logged in to us.administrator. And you're logged in. Excelente. You have a child domain. Congrats. Congrats. Good. Very
Sir,
good.
yes, sir. Sir, I'm waiting for your request, sir.
Okay. Okay. Just I accepted it.
This excelente is a Spanish word or like Italian? I like it, sir.
Yeah, it's Spanish. It's Spanish. You know, I don't know Spanish,
Excellento,
but we
sir,
got it from movies.
Okay.
it's excellento or excelente, sir.
It's excelente. Correcto.
Yeah, correcto, excellento, I heard.
Yes. I mean, it's fine.
Sir, I shared.
Okay, very good. So you shared your screen. Okay, excellent. And okay, in the meantime, just click on the other screen. Okay, let me take the control here. Request control, and I'm looking at this. So I think I can. Okay, so maybe probably we need to cancel this. I mean, I'm not able to cancel this. Can you cancel this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, cancel this as well. And then here we can see that 192.168, your firewall is off. And okay, that's fine. Can you ping the first server? Just ping the first. Actually, before that, show me the IP configuration. So IP configuration, go back and go to TCP IP settings. Okay, very good. So you're okay. Now ping, open command prompt and ping the DNS server. So just open command prompt on the same server,
Yes, sir. Well,
just
just a
okay.
the main server is DNS server is 50.
Oh, hold on.
So this one is well,
No, go back to your new server.
this is the server 3 server. This is the main server DNS.
CL2 is your DNS server.
No, this is CL is client, sir. Oh, sorry. No, this one, sir. This one is my main server.
Okay, so the IP address on this is 172 and 168.100.20. This is 100.20. So,
Yes,
but
sir.
in your new server, it's 100.10.
Just a moment, sir. I'll show you.
Okay. See the DNS server?
Yes, sir.
Change this to your DNS, to your, where your DNS
20.
server is. Yes, 20. So that's the reason. So now click OK and OK and OK. And now try to join again.
No, this is the error.
Okay. So it's saying a duplicate name exists in NetBIOS. So which means that in this so there is no.
Click OK, it should go, sir.
Yeah, you
My,
can go. It's just a warning. You can go with
yeah.
this. Yes. So
I think now it's works, sir.
hmm?
I think now this option was not showing before.
Okay,
It will
so
work.
let's see. Yeah, so Dishan, lesson learned from this, always check
Yeah.
back your basics. Again, check back one
Yes.
time, 2 times, 3 times. And this happens in the real environment as well. I mean, no matter how confident we are, we always
Okay.
go back to basics again. Check again,
Yes,
because
sir.
sometimes these options change. Sometimes we forget. This is what is known as a human error. So you
Yes,
already
sir.
know what is your DNS address, but the thing is sometimes in a fast when we are configuring something. So click OK and restart this machine. And once
Now
this
I
is
will do it,
done,
sir.
then you will
Yeah.
install Active Directory, and
Yes, sir.
then you will select what new domain in existing forest.
Existing one, sir. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes,
Not
please go ahead.
related to this.
Yes.
I have a home lab. So what happened? I just installed WSUS, and after that, I changed the IP address to static address. But I don't know. Somehow, whenever I turn it on, it starts like a brand new server. So I have to go through like by snapshot. What is the reason? Like it happened with me like 2 3 times. Like same thing happened. What can
Can
I?
you repeat that please one more time? What happened 2 3 times?
Yes, sir. I have a WSUS role installed.
Right.
So after that, whenever I start that server, it starts from brand new. Like it asks you like to like install brand new server. But
Right.
when I go to snapshot, I can start. But again, when I turn it off, it again starts from the beginning. I mean, from brand new. So what is the reason?
Okay. Okay. So hold on. So you're talking about WSUS server,
Yes, sir.
right? WSUS, the server that does the security patching,
Yeah,
right? So you're saying that whenever you install it, so whenever you start the server, it starts again to start building the new server
that's
instead
true,
of
sir.
just going into the server.
Yes, that's
Right. So
yeah.
the reason is that there is a CD inside, so that CD will always try to install a new server. So if you just remove the CD, I mean going into the settings VM and remove the CD, it should go into the server instead of starting a new server. Okay.
Okay,
But
so CD should be
this
in the C drive, right?
the CD, I mean, CD is, here, if you're looking at the screen, just go into the settings of the
Yeah,
VM
yeah,
and
yeah.
just disconnect the CD because CD has the ISO file. So that ISO file every time starts a server. But this doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes this server understands that, since you have a new ISO, it should install a new server. So that happens only sometimes, but if it happens, just go into the CD and remove the CD remove the ISO from the CD.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. So I think Wasim has installed a server and Active Directory, and Alamgir, you have installed Active Directory too, right?
Yes, sir, I did it.
Okay, so can you share your screen? Let's do it because my server is just installed and it will take time for me to build this.
Sir,
Please share your screen.
sir, what is the new domain name?
The new domain name is just US. US. And have you
Yes.
selected that option?
Add, yeah, new domain to an existing forest, sir.
Exactly. So in the
Sir,
name, just type US.
that's it, sir.
That's it.
Sir, I think
Oh, okay. Okay. I have to stop
yeah,
sharing and then you
yeah.
can start. Okay. Zishan, on this screen, actually, we are seeing your screen. So
Sir, have you seen this error, sir? Could not log on
yes.
to the
So yes, it's just saying that you're logged in with the local account. So if you would have been logged in with the canap/administrator, then you won't see this error message. But that's fine. That is fine
okay.
here. No, that is fine.
You can
Just
yes, sir.
click change. Just click on change. And here
Okay.
type canap/administrator.
Just administrator is good.
The other slash. So this is a front slash. You need to use backslash.
Okay, sir.
Zishan, you are putting wrong spelling. Canips.
Okay. Just a moment.
CANIPS.
Okay. Okay. My domain name is CNIPS. That's why.
Okay.
CANI, right? It's
My
not
domain
can.
is
It's Canpis.
no my domain is the same spelling. With Wasim bhai.
No, his
Oh, okay,
domain
then
is
it's
the
fine.
same spelling. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
And now you can use your password and then you can complete the wizard. Okay. And
Okay,
can
sir.
you unshare your screen, please,
Sure.
Zishan?
Okay, sir.
Okay. And Alamgir, can you share your screen?
Sure, sir. Like, okay.
So it's done.
Yes, it's done. So now Alamgir can share his screen. Okay, so now in here, if we can see everyone, so this server is. I need your attention, everyone. Everyone includes who? Everyone includes Alamgir, Salim, Naveed, Faz, Human, Asher, everyone. So everyone includes everyone. So look at this, everyone. So here, this is now, how do you know that it is a child domain to any domain? Just by looking at the domain name, you know that this is a child domain to canaps.local. So canaps.local is basically the parent domain and US is a child domain. So that is one thing. Secondly, this server is a domain controller. We know that the role is here, number two. Number three is go to tools, Alamgir, go to tools and open Active Directory users and computers. So once he opens Active Directory users and computer and expand his domain, you won't see any of those OUs that we created in canaps.local. In canaps.local, we have a Toronto OU, we had New York and Sydney OU and all other OUs. And here we don't have any other OU because this is brand new domain. Let's say you still want to connect to canaps.local and manage that Active Directory. So this is one Active Directory. The other Active Directory is that you can right click on us.canaps.local, right click on that. And here, change domain. Just say change domain. And here, browse, go to browse. And you can change it to canaps. Just select this. First of all, expand this. Expand. It is showing you both domain. So which means that from this Active Directory users and domain, Active Directory users and computers, you can manage both of the domains. So if you want to manage canaps.local, just select canaps.local and click OK. So you have selected canaps.local and click OK. Now it will give you that domain. So just click OK. So now and expand this. You don't have to reopen it again. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. Move that window aside. Move that window aside and go down to your taskbar and open the other console as well. So move down to your taskbar. Remember that where the start button is, and
I gave you access. Where
you gave me the access. You know, the problem with this is the access. I can click on your computer, but it doesn't let me click inside the VM.
That's okay, sir. I can go.
Okay. So just drag your mouse, bring your mouse down to Active Directory users and computer icon on the taskbar.
Okay.
Taskbar is right here. Not your computer taskbar, your VM's taskbar.
Oh, VM's task.
I mean, here, right here on the same server.
In the same server, right? Where you want me to go, sir?
So I want you to go onto the start button first.
Okay.
And click on the start button. No, not here. This is not a start button. The start button is below right here. Actually, you know, we cannot see your mouse. So hold on. Now you should be able to see, we are able to see the mice. Okay, so move that window aside on the side.
Okay.
And then move your mouse down slowly. Just move your mouse down more. Just move the mouse down. Okay. More. Move it down. No, not here. More on that black bar, on this black bar. No.
Okay, this bar, right?
No.
In this side?
No, on this. Okay, hold on. Stop your mouse.
Sure.
And move it down on that taskbar. So this black bar is known as the taskbar. No, not right? Here, not here.
Bhatti bhai, you know the Explorer?
Explorer.
Extreme bottom. Yes,
Explorer
right
for
here.
my.
This
Yeah,
is the window.
stay there.
Okay,
Okay,
Explorer.
Yeah, this
okay,
is
okay. So
Sorry.
first of all,
okay.
everyone, no, it's fine. We are all learning. Everyone, this complete black bar is known as the taskbar. So anytime when I ask you go to the taskbar, this black bar,
This,
Alamgir, this complete
this,
black bar is known as taskbar.
yeah.
Okay. So on this taskbar, you have all of the open icons. So I want you to go to the last one here. Just click once on this. And here you have all the three Active Directory users and computer open. So just click on the first one. Click, not this one, first one. Yes. This is the last one.
Yeah.
So go back again and click on the first one on the left. Yes. So now here you if just look at the domain name, you're connected to canaps.local and expand this. Here you will see all your OUs. You're seeing your New York OU, Sydney OU, and Toronto OU. And if you go to the other window, so just move your mouse to the other window. Yes. And here you're seeing the us.canaps.local. So this is now you have two active directories, one active directory for your child domain and the other active directory for your canaps domain. So this is now what is known as multi-domain environment. And now, so for this company, it has two active directories. In the same manner, if you want to create 5 active directories, then you'll have one domain controller for each one of them. And that makes it very, very complex for companies to manage. This is why companies would discourage this type of architecture, but they would go into this and then they would hire separate system admins for this. Or maybe they will give 2 active directory to one system admin and 3 active directory to other system admin and something like that. But with this, I wanted to show you, this is how you can create a child domain, and this is how you can manage a child domain. Now, users in us.canaps.local, it will have its own users. And here in canaps.local, it will have its own users. Okay, is that
Yeah.
clear for everyone?
Adnan,
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Is it possible one more time just show us how you create uscanips.local, because I couldn't do that. I don't know which part I missed.
Okay. So in order to do that, you need to just install Active Directory. So tell me, Human, what is the
On the
steps to install Active Directory, normal Active Directory?
on the server one, as you mentioned, uscanips SR01, I install Active Directory, and I go to the add the roles and ADDS and download it.
Right. So yes, so you install the ADDS role, and after that it will start installing Active Directory, right? And
Yeah.
then once it is installed, then what you do is, so if so it's fine. Can you give me back the screen? Can you give the screen back to me?
Sure. Sir.
And you can just unshare it. It will come back to me. Excellent, thank you. So Human asked a question that how do we install that second Active Directory? Human, if you're looking at the screen, I still have to do the renaming and IP address and this and that, but just to show you that how do you create a child domain, in order to create a child domain, it's exactly the same as creating one Active Directory. The only difference is that when you go to a dashboard and you install roles and features here, you will go forward and I will install the Active Directory ADDS role. And when installing the ADDS role, it will ask you that do you need a new domain controller or do you need a new domain? So you select in that new domain for in the existing forest, and rest of the wizard is exactly the same.
Instead of, maybe I installed domain controller.
Oh, so did you take a snapshot?
Just a second. No.
No, you haven't taken a snapshot. So now
I go to that way. I go to that way and I just install it.
Okay, so then I think you selected new domain controller. So new domain controller is not required. We needed to do new domain in the existing forest.
After
Was
this
third
part,
option.
after this part, they ask us, yeah?
Yes, after this part that you see on the screen, once this is done, then it will ask me, is this a new forest? Is this a new domain, or is this a new domain controller? So you should have selected new domain controller. Okay. But now that if you have installed, so how is your installation now? Can you share your screen? Are you sharing your screen?
Just through the team viewer or
No. From here. Just click on share screen in the same meeting, Zoom.
Woman, just close to the
But,
chat.
but
There's sign. Chat screen.
Sir,
Share screen.
sir, this error is showing verification of child domain inputs failed. You cannot create a new domain at this time because of the domain, sir.
Okay. So just a second. Share your screenshot on the WhatsApp.
I
Okay.
Okay. And Alamgir, can you connect through TeamViewer to Zishan's machine and see that if you can fix it while I'm doing this?
Sure, sir.
Adam, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. So right here, and I can see your screen. So it's saying okay. So go to local server. Just go to, you have already installed Active Directory. Let me see. Okay, so right here now you're installing this. So here you need to select add new domain. No. So add new domain. Remember, Human, first option is just to create an additional domain controller. We don't need an additional domain controller. We need a new domain in the existing forest. So just go with existing domain.
That's it.
So here just type US exactly. And hold on.
Ji Alamgir bhai.
So here, go into change, click change, and provide your domain's credentials. So what is your domain name in this? You have so on the other server, do you have another domain?
I'm not sure at number because I work on that one.
Okay, hold on. So in order to have a child domain, you must have a parent domain first. So show me your other server. So I cannot see anything in here. Can you click something on this? It's a blank screen. Is it a blank screen for you?
Yeah, just
Okay, it's just loading. What do you see on your screen, Human?
server manager. It's a little. I don't know why it's slow today.
Is your computer slow when you have two VMs?
No, I have 3, 4.
You can run 3 or 4 VMs. Okay. So on this new server, have you completed the IP configuration?
Not. I didn't check it actually. Adnan.
But Human, how can you have Active Directory without IP configuration?
No, for that one I did actually.
Okay, you did. And do you have your other Active Directory?
Yeah, for that one, for first one.
Okay, so it seems like it is hung. What's happening? So maybe, I don't know what's happening. Click the Windows button on your keyboard. Click the, or press Control Alt Delete.
Can you see that one right now? I think it's up. It's up. But I don't have Active Directory on that.
You don't have Active Directory. Do you see your screen? Because we can see just a black screen on your machine.
No, I can see the screen.
You can see a screen. Okay, unshare this and share again. Unshare. So click on share and yeah, share again. So Wasim is saying that if anyone needs help, you can help. Who needs help with this? Ashar, how is your lab going? Have you created the child domain yet or not?
That clear, Adnan bhai, or no?
Yes, we can see your server. So Human, I can see server number 2. I can see that it's a work group. I can see that there is no IP address on this. So what is this? So where is your Active Directory, your parent Active Directory?
I didn't install here. I
Okay.
installed here to server 1.
Okay. Okay, Human. My question is, have you not completed the custom lab that I shared with you?
No, I didn't actually.
Human, how can you then learn child domain without going through basics? So, Human, what we need to do? Okay, I mean, this will be very confusing for you in this manner. I mean, even if so first of all, we cannot install child Active Directory. Okay, if we don't have a parent Active Directory. So first of all, you need to first of all, Human, this week, I give you an assignment, and you need to complete that assignment. Okay, can you do it?
Sure, sure.
Okay, very good. So you need to complete, and this is very, very important in order to move forward, because all other labs are, today's lab is advanced. Today's lab is advanced, and you can only do this because if you are able to have your base architecture. Okay. So I am about to give you, so I'm going to disconnect from your machine and I'm going to share my machine here.
Adnan bhai, I have a problem here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Adnan bhai, when I have I have the green check mark on the prerequisites check,
Right.
but when I click on install, it takes its time, right? And it installs, but at the end it generates an error. I have a few a yellow check mark warning, so that is okay. We can go with that. But at the end, it generates an error, which I shared on the group. The second last message from the bottom.
Okay. Okay, just a second. Okay, just a second, Naveed. I'll come back to you. I will come back to
Okay.
you. So, Homen, are you looking at the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Homen and Faz, I would request both of you to complete all these videos from 0 to 10. These videos, these must be completed before the next lecture, please. Can you both do it?
Sure.
Okay. Faz, will you be able to do that as well? Okay. Okay, very good. So go slow on them. I mean, that's why we have, what did I do? That's why we have all these videos. So you just need to move slow. This will have you create the basic architecture. And right from here, what am I doing, man? Okay. Okay, so start with 0 and then 1. So here you will make the lab. This is the lab introduction. Then this is the server installation with everything. Each and everything is there. And then you make a failover cluster. So right from here, from video 4 to onwards, it will start giving you some complex task. I want you to pause the video, go back and do the video. And please, before the next lecture, both of you, please complete. I mean, it's fine. I know that maybe you might not had that this shared before, but I'm sharing this now. So please, before the next lecture, please complete them. Okay. And Naveed, can you share your screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can see your screen, and here it's giving you this error message and the error message. Okay, so whenever we look at it, look at the error message, it's saying right here that operation failed because Active Directory domain could not create object US partition this and event log possible error. The FISMO role ownership could not be verified because its directory partition is not replicated successfully with at least one replication. Okay, so this error message, Naveed, is just saying that you created this server, when you created this
Mhm.
server, at that point, it needed some time to replicate everything when you joined this server to CANF DC01. So for now, just click next. It was just saying that at that point, when you're getting the error, there is no replication happening between DC1 between this server. So right here, if you look at the name in yellow, do you have a mouse? Can you move the mouse down on this line? This is the third line saying the replication partner DC1 shows replication error. Okay, so which means that your server one is not able to connect to US2. Okay, now that could be because of the firewall. So let's go
Mhm.
back to, leave this wizard. I mean, first of all, you can make it shorter, the screen. So just make it, yeah, just make it a smaller screen. That's fine. And now go to server manager and let's check the basics again. So basics meaning firewall and anything that might be on. So we can see public firewall is off, but you forgot to do one thing before running this wizard. Before running this wizard, you should have joined it to Active Directory. So we will cancel this wizard. So cancel this wizard here. And once it is canceled, just make sure, just click on public and make sure your firewall is off. It seems off. Can you check it?
Firewall is off. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Excellent. You did everything fine. Now join it to a domain first. So once you
Oh,
join it to a domain, and then once it is joined, then restart your machine and then rerun the wizard. It will work.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Silly mistake.
Okay, no, it's not. I mean, yes. So for that reason, we need to go back, check again and again. And this is what we do in the real environment as well. Uh, that we need to make sure that that everything is done properly.
Mhm.
So,
All
and
right.
this will not work. This will not work if you don't have a proper DNS. So are you sure that you're using a proper DNS server name?
Uh, yes, I guess so.
Okay,
Because
that's
ping
fine.
is working.
Great.
Ping, I tested with IP and I tested with the server
Name.
name as well.
Excellent. So
Yes.
if your server is pinging by name, it means that DNS is fine. So the
Mhm.
IP address of this server is 20, not 199. So
There you go. So
excellent.
it
It
is
is
connected.
joined. Excellent. So now once this starts, just restart the wizard. Okay. So I'm gonna
Yes,
start
sir.
here. I'm gonna share my screen. Good. So guys,
Wonderful. Thank you.
here you're most welcome. Guys, here this lab was a test of how much do you know about this infrastructure, guys. So I would say most of the since we are all learning here, guys, there is nothing like. Please do not be shy. Please do not be shy. Please do not take it as offensive if I am saying if I am trying to ask you to redo the previous labs and this and that, because we are all in learning session, and we all need to help out each other, and we all are working as a team here. So there is no such thing as there is no such thing as taking it as offensive, that if somebody is offended of because of that I'm saying something. Guys, we are all working as a team. We need to keep our emotions aside. We need to keep all our psychological stuff on the side. We are focusing on one thing, that we need to get a job. So we all need to get a job. You all have spent time. You are all here. That is the main thing. That is the most important thing, that you're spending time. You're sitting here right now. So for that reason, if I ask you to redo the previous lab, you must do the previous lab. Now, for all of the people who are able to do this, the task that I gave them, create a new server, complete the basics, make sure it's pinging, make sure the firewalls are on, and then you installed a new server, and then you installed join it to a domain, then you installed a new Active Directory as a child domain. Guys, congratulations, you're ready for the market. You're ready for the market. You did this complex task, and this complex task is based on all your previous hard work, I would say. I mean, with a little, with a very little, help, you did it. You all did it. So I would say you have spent times in the lab, and for the people who are not able to do this, I'm expecting that you will be able to do this in the next class, by the next class. So I want you to spend time on this. If you guys need help, if you guys need help, the help is all available. Wasim is here, Naveed is here, Alamgir is here, Salim, and everyone is here. Zishan is here. They're all ready to help. They're all ready to help. All you need to do is to pick up the phone and call them, saying that, I need help, I'm totally stuck and I'm totally confused. There is nothing, there is no shyness in this. Am I right, everyone? Are we all here to help each other?
For sure, yes.
Excellent, guys. Excellent. So if you have any other question, let me know. Very good.
Yeah, so Simon, can you put it on the board so that if I'm done with all those previous labs, I can do this?
If I can put the assignment on the board.
Yes,
So
sir. So that,
board meaning, here I put it on the chat. Faz, here in the chat, if you look at the link, but I can write it as an assignment. Okay.
okay, thank you, sir.
Assignment. Uh, please complete. So it's fine. Please complete the failover cluster videos. Okay, guys, everyone, please, maybe sometimes our all friends are a bit shy. If they are shy, you can reach out to them. You can just ping them maybe once a week when you have time. When you're doing your own lab, just ping them. My friend Human, do you need help? My friend Fast, do you need help? My friend Naveed, do you need help? And just maybe you can spare 15-20 minutes of your time just explaining them. And for everyone now on, because we are going into an advanced sessions, we are going into advanced session, which is, these are advanced sessions, and then after that VMware VCP is an advanced session. Okay, so guys, we need to have, and this is for everyone, not for anyone, this is for everyone. I want you to have that tiger skill, that tiger type of skill, which attacks the whatever the pre it's looking for. Or I want you to have that gorilla type of skills, gorilla type of attitude, in which you're given a task, you need to complete it whatsoever. You need to complete it. No ifs and buts and questions and all anything. At this stage, I want you to just finish the task. Follow a YouTube video. Look at the YouTube. Look at the Google. We are not stopping from any excuse. We are not stopping for any excuse. At this point, I want you to complete the task. Okay, so please, we need to be in that attitude. If we are not in that attitude, if we are looking for help all the time, if I am looking for excuse all the time, guys, I'm sorry, we won't be able to make it to the end. We can live that life of we can live that life. I'm not saying these are not legit excuses. I do that all the time as well. And I have to teach myself. I have to teach myself. I teach myself. Yes, I do teach myself. I teach my brain, no, I have to do this. So I have to do this. No matter what, this is a task that I need to do. I'm spending money, I'm spending time and all that. So this is for everyone, guys. This is for everyone. And I'm saying that because now we are getting into advanced lecture. So for the last 15 minutes, I wanted to just go through this quick topic of sites and services. So in this topic, I wanted to discuss Active Directory and Active Directory in. So now that we know Active Directory, there is one part of Active Directory that is known as Active Directory sites and services. So my question to everyone, guys, and your yes would let me know that how prepared we are. Your yes will let me know how prepared we are. Are we in the gorilla, or can we become? Can we be in that gorilla costume? Can we become in the? Can we have that gorilla attitude, and then we go after the things instead of anything else, instead of anything else? Yes, please, thank you so much. That we need to be in that gorilla state. I'll give you a task. You need to complete that in any manner, in any way possible, because this is the thing that you are going to see in that. This is the thing that you will be seeing in the real environment. Number one, yes, cheetah state, gorilla state, whatever state, but not a cat state, not a billy state. Sorry, human, billy means cat in our language. What is cat does? Cat always meow, 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 meow. Always it has a meow of its own, and there are always those meows, and that meow and that meow. No, I don't want that state. We need to be in that. Turtle is slow, but turtle wins. Okay, but turtle is not. But uh, that meow state is really bad. That meow state is really bad. And frog also jumps too. So somebody saying frog, no, frog also jumps too. Turtle is also slow and steady, wins the race. Slow. So turtle was slow, but it won the race against rabbit. That was fast. So we don't need to meow. We need a gorilla. I need to do it. And if I'm not able to do it, why I'm not able to do it? Be angry with you. Be angry with you. It has to be done. It has to be done no matter what. So the people who are not finished 740 exam, they must finish the 740 exam. Guys, there is no need. I mean, there is. I'm making it very clear for you that there is no need for this training. We don't have to go through this training. We don't have to waste time. I don't have to waste time. You don't have to waste time, because we won't be able to make it. We won't be able to make it, guys. Trust me, we won't be able to make it. We won't be able to get that job, that first job. At least first to second level support. There, nobody will be able to let us touch their servers if we are not in that gorilla state. So when you go into the interview, I want you to be in the gorilla state. You want to be relaxed. You don't have to have that feeling that, this is the first time I'm going for the interview. No, we're not going there for the first time. We need to have that nature that you need to speak out loud. So, and for that, we are practicing it right from now. Sites and services, everyone. Sites and services, everyone. So sites and services, Active Directory sites and services. What I meant by sites and services, everyone, is this. Sites and services, we go to Active Directory right here. And if I go to this, so Active Directory users and computers is one tool. Active Directory users and computer is one tool. And Active Directory sites and services is another tool. So Active Directory sites and services basically dictates that how many people are logging into, how many sites do you have in Active Directory. So if we go to tools and go to Active Directory sites and services, we can go to sites here, and in the sites we have three things: subnet and default for site. And this is the site. The site is basically shows us that how many domain controllers do we have in this domain. So right here I can see that if I right click on this and I will go to, I will first of all rename this to my headquarters. So let's say my headquarters is Toronto. So this is Toronto. So this is my Toronto site. Toronto site, basically, it means that all my users that are in our Toronto site, they are all be logging into, they all will be logging into that server. Now, what is the main purpose of sites and services? Guys, the main purpose, everyone, I need your attention for the next at least 20 minutes. So let's spend like 10 more minutes here. And if possible, everyone, I need 10 extra minutes on this. So Active Directory sites and services, Active Directory sites and services make sure that users use their local domain controller. So Active Directory sites and services. So I'm going to write it here. Make sure users use local domain controller to log in. Users use local domain controller to log in. Now, what does that means? It means this. So let's take an example of a person going to ATM machine to basically withdraw some money. So person going to ATM machine to withdraw money. So this person goes to an ATM machine. Now what happens in an ATM machine? ATM machines are available everywhere, but the banks are not available everywhere. I mean, banks are large banks. You can see the branches are available every city. So in Toronto City, you might have 50 TD Bank branches. In New York City, you have like 20 branches of Bank of America branches. So you have all these branches everywhere, but guys, you have ATMs everywhere. So bank branches is one thing, but ATMs are everywhere. There are thousands of ATMs everywhere. So what happens is if you go to any ATM at any time, what happens is it takes like seconds you to log in, authenticate you, and you can withdraw your money. But basically these ATMs are connected back to the main branch where you have their main servers are connected there. But what happens is as soon as you try to connect to an ATM machine, why does it take few seconds you to log in? Because it tries to connect to its local bank server, its local bank branch. So let's say if this ATM is present in New York City, it will try to connect to it will be forced to connect to local bank server that is in New York City. So this ATM won't connect to a Toronto branch. Why? Because it might be slow. So the main purpose of a site in Active Directory, is make sure that all users in one city should use a local domain controller. So if there is a domain controller in Toronto site, so all the users will be logging into Toronto domain controller. You don't want them to log into the New York domain controller, though New York is not far from Toronto. So these users, if they, so there is one DC in here and the other DC in New York, and then another DC you have in let's say in another Quebec city, so in Montreal. So in Montreal is a far city, and they're all connected through network. You don't want all your users from, let's say, you have 4,000 users in Toronto city headquarter, and they at 9 a.m. they all need to log in. Between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. everyone will be logging in. So that log on traffic, you want it to be forced to use their local domain controller. Instead, these users will try to log into New York, or they try to log into Montreal domain controller. So guys, this is why we used sites and services. The main purpose of a site, if you can remember this one liner, make sure that users use local domain controller to log in. If you don't have sites, then what happens is, then for users, when they try to log in, they will see all of the servers in one location. Then they will see all of the users are connected to one location. I know, guys, I know that this is at least now we have 4 hours. We have spent this session in 4 hours. I know you're all tired, but just give me another 15 minutes of your time so that we can complete this topic. This is very important topic. Just give me 15 minutes of your time. If you're lying down, try to sit straight. If you're sitting, maybe you can stand up and listen, or you whatever makes you active. I need that 15 minutes of your time here, guys. So here, user, let's say if we don't have a site. and if I have many domain controllers. So let's say in my Active Directory I have 5 domain controllers. So I have 2 domain controllers Toronto, and let's say one domain controller in New York and one domain controller in Montreal. So you have all these domain controllers. Why do we have 2 domain controllers in the headquarter? We have 2 domain controllers in the headquarter because it is recommended. You must have 2 domain controllers. But if you don't create sites, then this will look like something like this. This will be like one big site. So one big site. When the user logs in, one user will log into your Toronto site, and the other user might log into your Montreal site, and the other user might log into your New York site. So if there is only one site, then basically user will think as soon as the user logs in, user might be logging into Montreal, user might be logged into New York, user might be logged into Toronto. Now what's the issue with this? The issue with this is that if the user is logging into the local, if the user is in Toronto site and user is logging into the local server, it will be fast. It will be very fast. The login will be very fast. But if another user that is sitting in Toronto and you have only one site, in one site, Active Directory thinks that all your physical server is in one physical site. So this user might send its login request to the Montreal site, and Montreal site, then this login will be slow. So maybe it might not be very slow, but it might be 2-3 minutes delay. I mean, when you log into a Windows 10 machine, normally it takes like 1 or 2 or maybe maximum 3 seconds you to log in. But maybe when this user is trying to log into a Montreal site, then there it might take 1 or 2 or maybe 3 minutes. And 3 minutes of a login delay is too much. So when let's say at 9 a.m., when 4,000 people need to log in, this delay can be huge for many users. So in order to fix this problem, Microsoft says that when you have physical servers in Toronto, just have them in one site. So this will be a Toronto site. And then for Montreal, creates its own site. And for New York, created its own site. Now, sites will make sure that the users in New York will log into the New York server, and users in Montreal will log into the Montreal server, and users in Toronto, they log into the Toronto servers. So that's the main function of a site. So guys, remember this concept for interview purposes. Your question is, what is Active Directory sites and services used in Active Directory? So now looking at the screen, copy it in your photo memory, and look at these red circles. Look at these red circles. The sites are making sure that user will log into their local domain controller. So today I want you to have this on your fingertip, that sites are used. And going back to that definition previous list, that if tomorrow next lecture I will ask you what is the main purpose of Active Directory sites and service, so your answer will be sites will make sure that user use their local domain controller to log in. So which means exactly this, that user will log in using local domain controller. Okay. So
I have a
other,
question, Adnan.
yes, please go ahead.
You know, as a Toronto colleague, when I go to US to for training or do something over there for 1 month temporary, what's gonna be happen? Again, I connected to Toronto or I connected through the US. That, for example, if I go to the Chicago site.
Yes. So it's a very good question. Let's say you are a Montreal user and you're going to New York for training, and you came to New York. Now the question is, if you are a Montreal user, would you still be forced to log in back to Montreal? No, you're not, because this sites is based on IP addresses. So sites are based on IP address. So as soon as you're here with your laptop will get a local IP address from the New York site, and since it has a local IP address, you will be given the local domain controller.
Thank you.
Okay, that's very good. So, guys, the next point that I want you to remember that sites are based on IP address. So, when whatever the IP address given to you, that IP address will make sure that what is your local domain controller. And Usher gave a very good one-liner saying that sites is equal to user login using local domain controller. That's the one-liner for this. And if you are able to answer this question in the interview, what is sites used for? You can say sites are used to have the users use local domain control, local domain controller for login. And they would say that what is the need of this, what is the need of the why, I mean, if you don't have sites, then what is the problem? Guys, you need to explain this problem, that Toronto user might be forced to log into a Montreal server that can be slow. So they would say, we have a fast link. If we have a very very fast link, it would take maybe 1 minute for user to log in. Yes, we understand that you have a fast link, but think of 4,000 users, maybe 1,000 users who are trying to log into Montreal server. Then your link will be clogged and the users will be very very slow to log in. Alamgir asked a question, if they log in from one location, it will be heavy traffic. That's why sites are used to give fast and reliable service to employee. Excellent definition. Very good definition, guys. So this is what we need to remember about sites. Now, when we create sites, it will be something like this. So sites will be something like this right here. So when you have a site, let me expand this here. So when you have a site, sites are like this. So site A, site B, and site C. And site basically shows a physical location. This might be a Toronto site. This is a Montreal site. This is New York site. And these are all domain controllers. So domain controllers replicate information with each other. In this picture, here you see four sites, site A, site B, site C, and site D. Now, Active Directory will replicate information between each one of them. So each one of them will replicate information with each one of them, and there is a cost assigned to each site. So from here, the cost is 15. Site A to site B, the cost is 15, and from site B to site C, the cost is 5. Now that simply means that whenever this server on site A needs to replicate information to site B, it will take the it will try to take the cheapest link. So wherever the number is less. So for example, if site A needs to copy anything to site B, so what are we copying here, guys? We are talking about, and I'll take 5 more minutes of your time, everyone. 5 more minutes of your time. And so this is, okay, I need to go back here. And here, so here, this is, we are talking about the servers. So send to back.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
So when we create these sites like Toronto, Montreal, or whatever, so is there any way we can test them just kind of in the real environment here that these are working fine?
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
We can. And I'll show you the lab. Yes.
sure.
Yes,
Okay.
we can. But here, first let's try to quickly understand what are we talking about with site replication. And I'll take another just 5 more minutes of your time. So guys, this slide is about site replication. Site replication. So site replication is basically, site replication dictates that how one DC is replicating information to another DC. DC to DC sharing information is known as replication. So share information is known as replication. So remember that I said that when I created 5 users here, 5 new users. If I created 5 new users here, then what's happening is these 5 users will be replicated to this server and this server and this server. So we already know that. We already know that. But then how does it replicate? So when one DC you create a here, when one DC is trying to send, so for example, you have new users created here. This user will notify these users that I have 5 new users. So then when it says 5 new users, then it's ready to send information. It will copy. So from this site A server will copy the information to this. Now it has 5 servers, and now it's the responsibility of site B that it will replicate information to D so that it has information. So eventually in next 15 minutes, all the users will be replicated to everyone. So we already know that. But now what we need to understand, what is the cost? The cost is cost of the link. Let's say if ever site B needs to replicate information to site C, then the cost is 5 right from here. But if site B needs to replicate information to site C and this link is not available, then the cost of replicating from site B to site C is from here. It needs to replicate from here and then from here to here. The cost will be 20, 15 plus 5. So this will take longer time, but if you need to, in a fast manner, you need to replicate information, you can create a direct link between site B and site C and give it a cost of 5. Now your question might be that why are we giving a cost when Active Directory can find its own way? Let's think for a second. Let's say I don't have this cost. I don't have this link. Then in that case, if there are 5 users here, this will replicate information here, and then this will replicate information here. Eventually, this server will be updated. Or site B will replicate here to A, and A will replicate to C. It will be replicated, but this might take like 30 minutes to replicate. Let's say you have a user sitting here who needs that username and password and he cannot wait for 30 minutes. Then what you can do, then in your Active Directory, you can create a direct site link between B and C and saying that cost is 5. Now, when the next time B needs to replicate information to C, it will see 2 routes. Exactly like when you need to go from Mississauga to Toronto, you have 2 roads, 401 and 407. Which road would you take? So would try to take the cheapest one? So we would try to take the cheapest one. I mean, one road is toll free, the other one is toll road. So when you have 2 ways to go there, depending on urgency, you will take the road. So if you're urgent, you might take 407, that is a toll road. So this is exactly the same case. This server is trying to replicate 5 users from site A to site B. This server has 2 routes. One route is saying that, okay, I can update D and D can update C, but this will take 30 minutes. Or I can take directly update C, which is a less cost, and this will take 5 minutes. Okay, so the cost dictates that which route one server should take to the other server. So now in this case, it will take this route. So this slide is all about just replication of the servers. So guys, what have we learned in these 2 slides? We have learned in these 2 slides, number one is that there are sites and services. Sites and services are used to force users to use the local server. Why is it important for user to use the local server? Because if users are started logging into to a remote site, then the login will be slow. And I can share with you a real life example. So in one of my company, one of the companies that I worked for, there one day we got 20 tickets. 20 tickets in the morning that the login is slow. The login was very slow. So login was very slow, and it was not just one user, 2 user, it was like 20 users complaining the same thing from the same location. So and then we went into that site and saw that these users, and how do you know if the user is logging in somewhere? So there is a command that you can find out where is the user logging in the next lecture. I will share it with you. So when we found out what is the logon server, then it was showing for some of the users with the slow login, and they were not disconnecting. I mean, they were logging in, but it was just slow. So we found out that users sitting in the headquarters, they were trying to log in into a remote city from in Montreal, and that's why it was slow. So and then later on we found out that the site link was broken. the site link was broken. Actually, their local domain controller was dead, and since their local domain controller was dead, that's why the users were trying to log in. We fixed the domain controller, and users started logging into their local server. And the second thing we learned today is site replication. Site replication happens between servers, between servers. As soon as the site replication, it also depends on the cost of the link. So if whatever is the cheapest cost of the link, the server will take that route to update the other server. And if the cost is high, it won't take the high cost. But then you might have a question, why do we have this expensive cost if we have this link available? If we already have this link available, then why would, in which case, site B will use this route to update C server? Guys, it will, site B will take this expensive route in case this route is not available. If in case there is a problem with this route, maybe it is not available, maybe it's too busy, maybe there is so much other things happening in this on this network between Toronto and Montreal. So then it will always take the slowest route. So this is why we have two different routes to replicate one service to another service.
Sir, I'll ask you because the time is short. Because
Yes.
it looks like it's a real networking. Because if we have a router, then we can use the routing service, right?
Yes, we can use, yeah, routing service is always used. Routing service
Yes.
is always used. But from this slide, we are only concerned with Active Directory traffic. That's it.
Servers. Again,
Because
yeah.
because in Active Directory, we will be creating these sites. So this is site number 1, and the site name is Toronto. In the next lecture, we will create more sites here, and then there will be more clear. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, everyone, this is all for today. And thank you for joining in, and thank you for your patience. And we need to complete. So for all of everyone, please redo the child domain lab at home again in your home network. So we're going back to our previous way of labs. So you should have separate server for class servers and separate server for home servers. So I will see in your next lecture your home lab as well. So please create a home lab exactly like a class lab, and I need to see a child domain. And if you can create another forest. So here I'll give you an assignment. So assignment is create a new forest. Create a new forest and create a new forest and try to create a trust relationship between two forests. So I'm copying that in the chat window actually. So it will just take 2 minutes here. So actually, I can copy it right here. So create a new forest with the name, with the name nextware.local. So this will be a new forest, and which means that it's a new forest. It will be a new. So how do you do it? Just to give you a very high level, you need a new server. You need to do the basic config. And then once you do a basic config, you need to use an IP address, or you need to name that server next serve 01, and the IP address you can choose 200. And after doing the basic configuration, you don't need to join it. Don't join it to the domain. Don't join it to the domain. Make a new forest. Make a new forest. And once this is all done, and basic config, guys, we all know what includes in basic config, which includes renaming, that includes pinging, that includes everything. So remember, So here, don't make a new forest, and your main assignment will be to make a trust relationship between your canaps trust relationship between canaps.local and next. What is the name of the domain? Nextware.local. Guys, this is the main assignment. Try to do it. Please try to do it. Don't give me any excuse that you're not able to do it, and because of any basic thing at this point, I mean, I won't allow any basic. So all the basics error you need to fix on your own, and then this assignment must be completed. Okay, excellent. I will copy that in the chat, and I will copy that in the notes. Any questions, anyone? Okay, everyone. Thank you for today's session, and we'll see you in the next session. Very good, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adnan bhai. Allah Hafiz.
Okay, Allah Hafiz. Thank you.
Sir,
Yes, I'm here.
can you see this error, sir?
Okay, sure.
If you are free, sir.
Yes, for sure. 147. Ooh, I need to run for Jummah prayer, but I can quickly see that.
Yes, sir. Just I want to show.
Okay, just share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so where's the error?
Sir, it's fine. Canap/administrator.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Sir, again, it's showing the error.
Okay, so you checked your basics. No firewalls are on, and this machine is joined to, yeah, this is joined to canvas.local. So
Yes, sir.
here it's saying a new domain because it's saying input fail. You cannot create a new domain at this time because the domain, and show more. Click on show more on the red bar. Yeah. So it's saying verification of child domain failed. You cannot create this new domain at this time because the domain naming master DC is offline. Okay. So Zishan, now you know what's the error message.
Sir, DC, I have logged in. Sir, this is the DC domain
Okay.
naming master.
No, this is fine. This is 2, but it's looking for 1. Is it looking for 1? Yeah, it's looking for DC1. So where is your DC1? So this one
Sir, this one
is
is 02 is my DC one.
okay. So that's fine. Just hold on.
Yes,
So, I mean, this is a normal confusion that you might have. So look at this here. This is, I mean, okay, go back to the DC2. So by the name, it clearly says, you can log in. By the name, it clearly says it's Canaps DC2, right? Okay. But if you go to your server, the new server, go to the new server now. Here, the error message is clearly saying that it is looking for DC, the server name DC01. So at one point, you might have server DC01 in your network that is not here anymore. Okay. So which means that there might be another server with this name that is a domain naming master. So so whenever you create a new domain, it's looking for a server with the role domain naming master. And according to this Active Directory, it's saying your domain naming master role name, server name is DC1, which is not DC2.
Okay.
So now we need to see that which one is DC1. Can you look at your server number 3? Or maybe that server number 4, is that DC1? So this is server 3. So at one point you had created DC1 at some point. So now maybe you deleted it.
Sir, where I can check DC01?
Okay, so yes, or maybe it's there and it's not open. So go to file. Go to file and open. And from here, go to documents and then go to virtual machine. Go to virtual machine, double click. And so here I can see there is DC2, there is DC01, this one. Double click on this. No, double click on this and just select and open, yes. So this is your DC1. So now power on this virtual machine. Once this powers on, so I mean this is yes. So that is basically your first DC, and you have a second DC as well, which is DC2.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because of the assignment which you give it to us. So at that time I make it, sir.
Excellent, excellent. So now you have DC number 1, which is your main Active Directory server. So once this is up and you are able to log in and you try
Yes.
again, then you won't get that error message.
Yes, sir. Now it's okay, sir.
But do you understand why this error message was there? Because DC1 is that having that FSMO role, domain naming master.
Yes, sir.
So that is
Right.
why you cannot create a child domain, because domain naming master was not available. Although DC2 is a domain controller as well, but since it is not a domain naming master, for that
Okay.
reason, you cannot create it. So for that, you have to have
Domain naming
DC1.
master is only, sir, DC is with only DC1. That's it.
Yes, by default, all the
Yes.
FSMO roles are with the first server.
Yes, sir.
If we don't move
Right.
them, then it's all with the first server. So that's why.
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will do it, sir. No problem. Okay,
Very
sir.
good. Very good. Thank you. See you next week.
I will do that.
Inshallah.